Petscop. Making a video on it honestly makes my heart race a little. It is a series that I hold near and dear to my heart because I think it is a horrific tale told through the perspective of a PlayStation 1 video game. Its story is deep, complex, but once you put it together, is gut-wrenching and depressing. So it leaves me wondering why every time I see a video essay about it, they talk about merging timelines. I mean, there are so many references to child abuse, to child neglect, to early depression in children. And if you really want to get fucked up, there are some even darker themes. But it's just weird to me, why do people not talk about the clear themes of child abuse? Oh wait. One thing with content creation, and I've said it probably 5 million times if you're a returning viewer, if you wish to cover anything remotely serious, remotely dark, remotely grim, you're gonna be faced with demonetization. And so, I think a lot of these YouTubers I see, when they cover Petscop, don't really try to dig into the darker themes because they're worried they'll lose money. And I'm recording the intro, I don't know how long the proper video length will be, but some videos analyzing Petscop can be up to 6 hours long. To put all that effort into a video for it to not make money, although I think it's kind of sad that they have to censor themselves, I understand it. But I feel when looking at Petscop, trying to analyze it as this story about worlds colliding, merging timelines is... Well, I'm gonna sound really woke for this, I think it removes the impact of the series' themes of child abuse. And although it might be a little cringe, I feel like a lot of the weird things can be explained by just simply the paranormal. There is scene after scene after scene that proves that the paranormal probably exists in this universe. Petscop's universe, that is. And I often feel many of the motifs that reference time are less about time looping in on itself, but a loop of depression, of trauma. Anyway, to try to make what I'm saying in this intro brief, I think Petscop is a story about trauma, child abuse, and if you really look at it at the right angle, I'd argue it's even the story of someone transitioning. So, dear viewer, grab a snack, beverage of your choosing, and let me ask you one simple question. Do you remember being born?
Sure, it's a calming notion, perpetual emotion, but I don't need the comfort of any lies, for I've seen the ending, and there's no ascending rise. Uh-oh. Oh, back when I was younger, was told by other youngsters that might well be torture beneath the earth. 'Cause I don't see what they see when death is staring at me. I see a window, a limit to live it or not at all.
Now, before Petscop 1 was uploaded, there was a post on Reddit. For some reason, most Petscop videos save this information till like midway through the video, and I don't know why, it just complicates things needlessly. But on the Reddit page r/creepygaming, a user named P.A. Leskowitz uploaded this, a link to a channel just known as Petscop. On the post it says, videos of a mysterious unfinished PSX game from 1997 called Petscop. There's something hiding in it. A day after the channel's creation, the first ever video was uploaded, just titled Petscop. By the way, the video is not 1 hour long. For some reason, and I don't know why, but the channel has a bug to it, where it'll say the videos are like an hour long, but they're only like 10 minutes. So, yeah, every thumbnail says the videos are like hours long, but like, they aren't. I don't know why this happens or what causes it, but it adds to the spookiness of the series, I guess. The description of the video just says, "the game I found," but then also says, "the note." On this note was this. I walked downstairs, and when I got to the bottom, instead of proceeding, I turned to the right and became a shadow monster man. June 13th, 1997. For you. Please go to my website on the sticker, and also go to Ronith's room and press start and press down, 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 right, start. So firstly, it just says, "the game I found," implying he just found this somewhere in his house. And before we even watch it, we can already see what the Reddit post means by, "there's something hiding in this." This note, written for whoever, mentions a cheat code that turns them into a shadow monster man. But when we see the game, what the fuck do you mean there's a shadow monster? This looks like a game for 3-year-olds. But anyway, enough yapping. We haven't even started to watch the video. And for anybody who had a PlayStation 1, I'm just gonna let you enjoy this. The video begins and we see the company behind the game, Garalina. Not too long after, we're brought to the title screen and hear the protagonist of our series, Paul.
Alright, so, this is just to, prove to you that I'm not lying about this game that I found. I'm just gonna walk you through everything that I've seen so far, and, obviously it'll be exactly as I described it, because this is it.
Now, if you remember the user who posted the channel link back on Reddit, their name was P.A. Leskowitz. Presumably, that is Paul. Paul's full name is Paul Leskowitz. So, firstly, this video clearly isn't for a wide audience. He's uploading this for someone. The way he phrases himself and talks, it's very clear that we are not the audience that are meant to be seeing this. And from the get-go, you get a feeling that appears throughout the entire series. A feeling of seeing something you probably shouldn't. Which, all I can say is Paul must be a boomer because he apparently has never heard of Discord.
Dude, what the f***? Why are you f***ing here, man? You're so old. Where's your wife? Go home to your family, dude.
You could have literally just DM'd your friend clips of the game. Like, it's not that hard. Hop in a VC and stream it, dude. Discord was made well before this series came out. You could have done this, Paul. You didn't have to make a YouTube channel. Anyway, the game starts, and we quickly see what the game is about. We see this character. Some people think that the character's meant to be a bird. Some people think it's just like a zombie dude. But if it was a bird, why would it have such giant feet? And what am I looking at? But we quickly learn that we are in somewhere called the Gift Plane. Apparently, all the staff has left indefinitely. This place, the Gift Plane, has provided homes for hundreds of pets. However, the staff that did leave didn't take away all the pets from their homes, so they're just stuck here alone. It is up to us, the player, to find the 48 pets that are still here, in the 8 different levels that the game contains. But you remember when the Reddit post mentioned that the game's unfinished?
And, the first level is over here. I'm just gonna keep going a bit here so you can see that the game is apparently unfinished because there's nothing over here. So, I'm just gonna show you the one and only level.
The one and only level is just called Even Care. So, this already shows us that this is very clearly a game that was never ever finished, and the fact it's in Paul's custody means he's a lucky bastard. Someone in his family or a friend or somebody he knows apparently must have worked on this game, and he just kept it. And if not kept it, then he just managed to find it. Maybe it's related to somebody else he knows. But with this context, it kind of makes sense why he wants to show his friend this, because his friend probably has no idea what Petscop is, because there's one copy, and he's the lucky guy to own it. But we see very clearly what Petscop, assuming the game was finished, what it was meant to be about. We travel through levels, reading signs, collecting little collectibles and points, and solving puzzles. The game is very clearly for a young audience. I say that, and SpongeBob: A Battle for Bikini Bottom is a kid's game, and I tell you what, little me did not know how the fuck to play that thing. If little 9-year-old me couldn't handle that game, I doubt I could handle Petscop. Also, when Paul enters the building, we're brought up to a joke that is used throughout the entire series, that being, this door is locked. Or not, but you don't know how to open doors. It's presumably a joke at the fact that the character we play as doesn't have arms. Also, as Paul goes through the level, he reads signs, which, when you know the full context of the story, looking back, are a little fucked up. When you are choosing a pet, find somebody that you like. You don't have to love them right away. Don't be discouraged if they run from you. They really do want a home. They're afraid. Show them that there's nothing to be afraid of. Simple lines about pets being scared of initially being adopted will become very relevant to the story later.
So, the first pet is in this room.
The first pet is named Amber, and in its room is a trophy that says, "Awarded to our Amber for being a real champ yesterday and today. She hasn't left her cage once." Reading that after knowing the full context of the story is really fucked. But most of this video is just Paul showcasing the game, showing the puzzles, the pets, and just everything in general about the first level, aka the only level. But eventually he goes to the pet that was mentioned on the note, Ronith, and Paul himself brings up the note. He goes ahead and puts in the cheat code.
So I happen to know that this is Ronith's room, because it works. So I go here. I'm just gonna do this now. So what is it? Down, 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 right, start. Alright. So you can see that it accepted it and the music stopped. I'm just gonna go out this way here. So, it appears to be the same, except when I actually leave here, it'll be a little bit different. Alright. It'll be a little bit different.
The atmosphere of the game has completely fucking flipped on its head. From just the bare minimum being rendered, with little fancy backgrounds, upbeat music, and bright, flashy colors, is a game that renders what seemingly is an endless void of darkness, with not realistic but less cartoony textures, and nothing but the sound of our character's footsteps fills the air. Also, something real quick I want to mention that you probably didn't notice is right after he went through the door after putting in the cheat code, there was something in that darkness between loading the normal game and this. Brightening it, we see some sort of face, presumably with hands covering its eyes. One eye slightly visible. For the time being, all that we know is that this is just a creepy face. Paul says that there's very clearly something that he's meant to see, or whoever was originally given this was meant to find. He says he's gonna just keep exploring, try to see what he can find, before we jump cut, cutting him off, to him finding what looks like a cellar door.
Hey, so I was talking about how I couldn't find anything out here. Well, I just found this. And, last time I came out here, I was walking around in this space here for over an hour. And this time I find this in less than 15 minutes. So, this is just luck that I happen to find this. And, I think if I were to restart my console right now, I would not be able to find this again. Probably, because I don't remember what I did. You know, all the directions that I went. So I'm kind of scared to, you know, I want to keep the console on until I figure this out. The situation is that I cannot open this door. I probably can open the door, but I don't know what to do. So I thought I would just slip this in at the end, If you think you saw something that might provide a clue, please let me know. Alright, that's it.
With that, Petscop 1 ends. And it feels weird knowing 8 years ago when this initially came out, how just simple this seemed. If only we knew. Anyway, let's move on to Petscop 2. Petscop 2 was uploaded a month later, on April 1st. Haha, funny. Petscop 2 presumably begins with Paul away from his controller, probably like getting a snack or taking a piss. But as he stands there, we hear a jingle and the door opens.
Hey, so, the door opened on its own. I was just in the other room for a couple of minutes, and I came back and the door was open, and I checked the recording, because I was recording, and the door just opens on its own. I didn't do anything.
He enters, and we see barely the image of some sort of loading screen. In it appears to be a bed, a bookshelf, a table, and an old TV. For now, we ain't got a clue what this means. We then see that Paul has entered almost like a basement, and for some strange reason, the points that we saw in the normal version of the game are still here. So, assuming what we're seeing isn't some sort of weird paranormal bullcrap, somebody deliberately designed this and purposely put points here for some reason. Paul keeps exploring, but then off to the left is the sound of a phone ringing.
A phone?
Care left the room.
What is this?
Next to the phone is a picture of 3 girls. One titled A, who seems fine, one titled B, with slightly messy hair, and the final one just titled NLM. As to what that means, we don't really got any clues yet. Paul goes ahead and keeps exploring, and eventually finds 3 photos hung up on the wall. A greenhouse, a brick building, and a windmill. But when he goes to interact with the brick building, an ominous note plays. Already giving us a hint that this building is very important compared to the other 2. Eventually, Paul somehow finds himself on some sort of road? Now, granted, this is a video game, and this was also before realism took over the industry, thus causing games to become nothing but failure after Have I ever stated my hatred for, making really realistic graphics but having no gameplay? But assuming that this is trying to represent some sort of realism in some sort of way, we're underground but somehow found an active road? But every time Paul goes on the road, the cars never drive by. They only pass by when he's off the road. After this, he enters another room, and we see an image of a stairway as the loading screen. And unlike the other loading screens, this one feels real. This doesn't feel like a 3D render, but almost like a real-life photo slapped into the game. In the next room, we encounter the first sign of bad things to come.
Sorry for not talking very much. I'm a little bewildered, if you want to know the truth. This is a little more than I was expecting to see. That's a dead kid.
A dead kid it is. A child named Michael Hammond who died at age 7. With the text under his date just saying Mike was a gift. Alright, so if this is a video game, who in the fuck built this? Somebody at Garalina decided to make this whole elaborate secret area that needs a cheat code to be accessed and puts the grave of presumably a real-life dead kid. By the way, I want to clarify something. Whenever I mention real life in this video, I'm referring to the universe outside of the game. Petscop takes place in quote-unquote real life, obviously. However, there's many ties to things outside of the game, and any of those ties I'll usually mention as something in real life. I just want to clarify that now. Somebody at that dev team put the grave of a real-life child into this game. And that feeling of seeing something you're not supposed to really feels strong right now. Paul eventually enters this building and finds a flower sticking out of the floor. Every time he plucks it, the screen changes. When you pluck it, it goes from red. Pluck it again, it goes back to normal. Pluck it again, it goes back to red, and it's just a cycle that repeats until every petal has been picked. And the cellar door right next to it outside, we see what looks like that NLM girl on a platform. Paul thinks that in order to get the platform to go down, he has to pick all the petals. So he goes back, yanks off the last 3, but when he returns, this girl is in a distorted, disfigured state, and she's unable to be picked up. And this right here is a reference to a Dr. Seuss book. Now, for those of you who have not read that book, I'm going to provide a real quick summary. The book is about a 12-year-old girl named Maisie, who starts growing a daisy on her head. And children decide to mock her and start calling her Daisy Head Maisie. She ends up becoming famous because of this, because no one knows why she has a flower on her head. And people try to yank it out of her head and do everything they can, but nothing is able to get the flower off her head. She eventually decides to go ahead and run away from home, thinking that nobody loves her. And then she goes ahead and meets the Cat in the Hat. I'm sorry, but if you don't know who that is, you must be the age of 7 while watching this. He convinces her to try a game with her flower petals, where she plucks them and goes, "They love me not, they love me not." Upon picking the last petal, she ends on, "They love me." So she goes ahead and goes back home happy. What we see here is this girl ending presumably on "They love me not," as hinted by the red. So this alone gives us a lot to work off. This girl presumably feels unloved. She does not feel happy. And that mention of somebody leaving the room earlier, you put 2 and 2 together here. This girl is Care. And those 3 images we saw must be her in different states of unhappiness. A is calm. B is slightly upset. NLM is thinking that nobody loves her. And suddenly NLM makes sense. Nobody loves me. Paul then finds a fairly well-hidden tunnel, which leads to some sort of room. Outside of this room is some sort of sign. Upon brightening it, it almost looks like 2 Lego pieces connecting or something. I don't know, it's honestly hard to describe. But the real interesting thing happens when he actually enters the room right near the sign. He finds a room with some potted plants and what looks like children's drawings of something. It almost looks like a dart. We find out these aren't drawings of a dart, but this thing. Paul is able to interact with it and ask it a question. He types "what?" and we learn what this thing's response is when it doesn't have a scripted response.
I don't know.
Behind it appears to be a screen, and upon interacting with it, we see the windmill that we saw all the way back in that picture. The thing then, and this part caught me off guard when I first watched this, it then says,
"Keep watching the windmill."
Which, I get that, in the sense that this is a video game that was just scripted to be said, but it almost feels like it's reacting in, real time, and it's like the first little hint that something paranormal might be going on. So Paul does just that, and as he watches, an ominous thud is heard.
Oh.
After about 2 minutes, Paul gives up and decides that this ain't worth it. So he goes ahead and keeps exploring. And as he says this, he begins to talk to the person that he's meaning to show these videos to.
There's already been stuff that I could dig a little deeper into, and I'm gonna do that, and keep you updated But also, when you come home next month, and hopefully you're feeling a little more enthusiastic about that now, we can investigate this together. And maybe you'll find stuff that I can't find here.
So, we've now got a little bit more info about his friend. But anyway, back to whatever the fuck this game is. Paul finds an area that has 2 doorways, except one of them just leads to a brick wall, while the other actually leads into another room. And there, we get probably the series' first real jump scare.
Oh. What the fuck? Wait a second. What was that just now?
Now, if you'll remember, back in Petscop 1, when Paul initially entered this place, we saw this loading screen. That's what this was. We don't know this character's name, so for now, I'm just gonna call it the Copycat. I would call it the Mimic, but in Wendigoon's Petscop video, he also called it the Mimic, and I don't feel like being that much of a Wendigoon ripoff, so... But also, that little jingle that played right before the Copycat started getting out of sync, before then getting back in sync, was the same one that we heard when the cellar door opened. Proving that apparently that has some sort of connection. Paul goes ahead and tries to show off more of the room while talking to the person he's uploading these videos for, and shows us a piece of paper on a wall. And because he's on the seemingly mirrored side of the room, it's hard to read, but it says, "Do you remember being born?" Also, the text on the floor reads, "Quitter's Room." After this, Paul does a little bit more exploring, and then finds a second cellar door that leads back out to that infinite nothingness of grass. And there, he decides to go ahead and stop the recording. So, already, the story is getting a lot bigger in scale. Seemingly, some sort of developer at Garalina had some sort of psychosis and made this entire place, and now we know about 2 more characters, Care and Mike, both of which are seemingly children, one dead, one seemingly in a horrible depression. Now, we don't know if Care is just a video game character, but seeing as the other child is presumably a real-life child, because if Mike isn't a real child, then the creator just felt really fucked and made up a fake child with both a fake first name and fake last name. I wouldn't be surprised if Care is also a real-life child who is now being represented or talked about in this game by whatever developer put her here. And those 2 video game characters, the red thing and the Copycat, while one definitely feels more scripted than the other, the Copycat feels horrifically real. It has the same body as the character, it moves the same way, it almost feels like another player. However, I mean, video games have duplicated people before for reflections. For example, in Silent Hill 2, whenever the main character was in a room with a mirror, your character was essentially being just rendered twice. It wasn't a real-time reflection, but you being rendered 2 times. But then it begs the question, why exactly did it get out of sync? What about that little jingle made it just start to fail at being a perfect copy? Maybe the reason this copycat's in the quitter's room is because it just quit being a copycat for a second. But that note, "Do you remember being born?" That is the first piece of a very large puzzle that we are soon to learn. But the next day, Paul went ahead and uploaded Petscop 3.
Alright, so now we're gonna look at what's over here, which I forgot about this, so...
Paul goes ahead and does just that. When entering the room, he finds more points and text on the wall that says, "Good grief and alas." This itself is another reference to Daisy Head Maisie. Specifically a scene where a bunch of kids are making fun of her at school, calling her Daisy Head Maisie over and over and over again. and a teacher tries to intervene but can't. And as she's sitting there angered at what the children are doing, she says, "Good grief and alas." So, assuming that this girl Care is meant to represent all this, she's very clearly been through some bad things, and it makes sense why she probably feels like nobody loves her. Just up ahead, Paul finds a building which has a rotating door on it. It would appear that Paul is meant to put something in there. Entering the building beside it is some sort of weird room with a canvas. Upon interacting with the canvas, Paul is given a bunch of images of eyes and noses and eyebrows that he can combine to make a face. These faces look almost identical to what we were able to see on the gravestone and above the cellar, seemingly hinting that if you put in those faces, you'll get something related to them. Paul goes ahead and just makes a random face out of pure confusion, and upon doing so, the sound of crumbling can be heard. When looking at what would normally be a dead end through the doorway, shows that the building is moving, like, up or down, which, like, whoever made this area, Garalina, clearly had some intent. No sane game developer would put this much effort into a secret area, especially when making a PS1 game, which had very limited storage. Paul realizes, though, he has to wait out this event. If he leaves the building, it resets it, and he has to wait for this rising room to reach its destination. Upon entering the room, Paul finds that it contains a table, which he can inspect to see the items on it, what looks like a representation of a child or the person whose face he created, that and the walls and floor containing very strange textures. The walls having what looks like stars and circles, and the ground having what looks like teddy bears and controllers. It almost feels like this room was randomly generated. Now, this isn't entirely impossible. It is possible for games at this time to simulate randomness. And perhaps the really long waiting is essentially a disguised loading screen. But as far as I'm aware, hidden loading screens are a much more recent development. Although, who knows, maybe it's the game's code just taking a long time to process what he put in. Paul decides to go ahead, leave, and generate another room. After waiting a while, he gets another room. Now with different colors, pictures on the walls and floor, and different items on the table. Paul does some talking to himself, and then says that between the time of putting in the face and waiting for the room to load, that time can be up to 10 minutes. Paul then quickly realizes, after generating a few more rooms, that the face on the coffin of Mike and the face above the cellar that led to Care look exactly like the faces you can put on the canvas. So he goes ahead and decides to put those faces onto the canvas. First, he does Mike.
Mike is not inside right now. He is dead. You may visit his room.
Inside of Mike's room, we see some things that are different. Firstly, it's seemingly a lot darker than the rest. And on the floor is glasses and the clown face. But the most interesting thing is on the table. There appears to be that red character and tweezers. I'll mention what I think the tweezers might symbolize later on in this video. And the elephant in the room, there's no child on the bed. Because Mike, presumably in real life, is dead. He decides to then go ahead and put in Care's face, which it's then pretty much directly confirmed that girl is Care.
Care is missing. You may visit her room.
This room, similar to Mike's, contains no child, and on the table is that red character again, and crayons. The pattern on the floor is flowers and paint rollers. Y'all don't understand, like, rewatching this series, after knowing the full story, you see minor shit like that, and it's like,
Oh my god. I get it.
But in the back of the room is a note. Paul is able to interact with it, and it reads this.
Your wife says,
Care isn't growing any eyebrows?
You say, that's a puzzle. You're secretly very excited to hear this news. You're in the bathtub thinking about her. I have a guess at which child you'll pick next. When you find her room, the passage to my right will lead to her. She'll appear from the darkness, limping, and I'll shoot her in the head.
What am I reading?
Tiara says that some people can be psychologically damaged beyond rebirthing. A young person walks into your school building. They walk in with you. You're holding their hands. They come out crying into their hands. Because nobody will love them. Not ever again.
Nobody loves me.
They wander the Newmaker plane.
I'm not sure what to say about that, but I'm wondering now. Because the note, remember the note that came with this game, it said, for you. It was for you, and this note is referring to the player. It's saying you. And I was already thinking this, but it seems like it's possible. This game was made for, well, this part of the game was made for somebody to see.
There is so much to dissect about that, and we're only 3 videos in. So, it would appear that whoever is in the green text, and whoever was intended to play this game, was the father of Care? And for some reason, he's so happy to know that his daughter isn't growing eyebrows that he's thinking about it while in the bathtub, just smiling. And this mention of another character, Tiara, who talks about people being psychologically damaged beyond quote-unquote rebirthing. So, combined with what we saw earlier about that room with remembering being born, it would appear whoever made this game was trying to talk about something related to rebirth, and apparently that something had to do with whoever the game was intended for. Which, I've gotta say, assuming that Care's father was the person who's meant to be playing this, that's a little fucked up that they would put representations of his daughter in this game, and a part of me feels like without his consent. And then the developer mentions, oh, I know what face you're gonna put into that canvas next, and whoever this next person is a girl, and they mention finding this girl and fucking shooting her? Assuming that she's also a child, like these other 2 characters, whoever the hell made this entire section of the game is very clearly unstable mentally. But then it leaves us to wonder, who exactly is this other girl that's being mentioned? And you know what? While we're at it, let's draw a family tree. Because believe me, this shit will come important. Let me just, hold on, let me turn off that flashlight. Okay, so, let's just... Oh yeah, let me just... So, whoever made this game was trying to send some sort of message, or say something, to Care's dad. Whoever Mike and Tiara is, we don't got a clue. Paul decides to go ahead and explore the other area that he didn't go to, and then finds out where most of this level's budget went. And with that, Petscop 3 ends. So, already, the story is getting a lot more thicker. Name drops, we finally know about who Care is properly, and we know about how she has a family. But as to whatever has led her to such a depressed state, we don't know. Why the game dev cares and knows about all this, we don't know. How the hell is Paul involved? We don't know. And then, 5 days later, Petscop 4 was released. This one is short, so I'll just summarize it real quick. Paul goes ahead and heads up to that cellar that had led him to some other part of that grassy plain. After which, Paul goes ahead and yaps to his friend.
What I was trying to explain yesterday, and failed to explain, I'm just gonna demonstrate that to you now. Here we go. So I found this yesterday.
Paul goes ahead and reveals a actually fairly big discovery. This large grassy plain and that area with all the buildings are like two separate floors of a single building. Upon going to the left, he shows off a camera, and according to him, it's really close to where he found that room with the big screen, which implies that this area is essentially a second floor that connects to the one beneath it. And to confirm his theory, when walking towards where the camera on that screen would be facing a windmill, is the platform of the windmill. The windmill is gone.
It's just, I'm missing something. Okay, that's it.
Also, you may not have caught it, but if you brighten up the footage and slow it down, Paul is not alone. Eventually, 3 days later, Petscop 5 came out. And unlike 2, this one requires a bit more analysis. Petscop 5 shows us that Paul was back in that area with the red character, asking more questions. He's pretty much just going around shooting as many questions as he can at this thing to see what answer he gets. And in the description, we actually see a bunch of the ones that just gave the default, I don't know. And Paul points out in the video that he's pretty much tried every name that he's seen in the game so far, but realizes he hasn't done that Tiara name. So he goes ahead and asks, who is Tiara?
Petscop kid, very smart.
So apparently this Tiara person, much like Mike, Care, and whoever the hell that developer wants to shoot, are children. Pretty much leaving the only actual adult character as Care's dad. Well, his wife, but, she doesn't have a name yet, so Paul goes ahead and asks next, who am I?
New maker.
Now, if you'll remember, in the last episode, they referred to Care as exploring the New Maker planes. And the next question that Paul asks, being, where am I, we then are given the response.
Under the New Maker plane.
So, that means the dev was trying to say Care was wandering this place? Now, perhaps assuming this is, part of the video game, maybe it's just a hint to go ahead and try to find Care in here. Or it's trying to say that Care is, actually in the game, or that the New Maker plane is a real place, which, I don't know about you, but seeing as we've seen nothing concretely paranormal, I'm not going to go with that. And then, after asking that question...
And then I asked, who are you? I don't know why that just happened. I think it broke. Yeah, I don't think that even just registered at all.
Turn off PlayStation.
Okay. So that's not what it said before when I put in that question. Okay. What do I ask now? I'll try just why. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't...
Marvin picks up Tool and hurts a knee
What
with
the fuck?
PlayStation on.
This fucking game. This game. Okay,
It then turns red again, and is seemingly back to normal? So, you remember when I said earlier we don't really have any concrete evidence of the paranormal? Yeah, no, I think I take back that statement. It very clearly seems like whoever this pink version of that was trying to talk directly to Paul, and says that Marvin is hurting them. Also, I could finally stop calling this thing the character, as Paul goes ahead and right after all this asks, who are you? In which it says its name is Tool. So, apparently the Tool was saying, Marvin uses tool to hurt me?
What? What? What the what? What the fuck? What are you saying? Oh my god!
For the time being, we're gonna have to assume that when it entered that pink state, it was perhaps hijacked? And also the font feels more like actual text instead of that almost crayon-looking font that we normally get. Paul says he's gonna end the video, but then we cut to one last clip of Paul asking one final question. Do you remember being born? In which it replies,
I'm not Tiara.
Okay, so the rabbit hole is getting a little bit deeper here. Now by this point, Tiara has only been mentioned once, that being about how children can be psychologically harmed beyond repair. And apparently, this has something to do with rebirth. And, you should bring up that real-life case that the creator literally debunked. Bro, shut the... For those of you wondering, no, I am not referencing that incident because I feel it's disrespectful to compare real-life deaths to a fictional series, even though they are very clearly just inspiration. So, it would appear that Tiara has some sort of connection to this whole thing of being born and remembering birth and psychological damage. Now, what if, and I'm gonna sound real crazy here because this is literally our only evidence of the paranormal, what if whoever this Tiara is was the one who hijacked the tool? I know it's a bit crazy to theorize, but it's pretty clear there's something going on here. Plus, the recolored tool is pink. Tiara's name, although not pink, is purple or pinkish, possibly serving as a connection? I don't know about you, but it feels a bit weird for a developer to purposely tell people stop playing this game. So I think whoever Tiara is hijacked the tool and talked about how Marvin hurts them. As of now, we do not know what Marvin's real connection is or if he's even a bad person. So for the time being, I'm just gonna assume that Tiara, whoever this may be, was the being that hijacked the tool. That's what we're just gonna assume for now. Now, before I move on to part 6, I want to mention something a little odd about the video, and it's not in the video, but the description. In the description, it says, "Hello folks, I guess this is for all of you now." Wait a minute, wasn't this whole series being uploaded for his friend? Now, to be fair, by this point, the channel had gained some traction, so perhaps this was sort of a fourth wall break to say, hey, all these viewers watching this series, guess it's up to you to help me with the mystery now. Think of it like Interloper, where as the series went on, viewers got more and more involved. That, I believe, is what he's trying to say, or perhaps there's another group of people that's meant to see this. But then it leaves you wondering who. Also, I love how in the list of just random stuff he asked that gave him the default I don't know response, one of them was just back. Anyway, Petscop 6. This video came out about 9 days later. And, this is where shit gets really weird if it wasn't weird already. Petscop 6 begins with Paul staring at the windmill. But then, according to the jump cut, 2 hours later, this occurs. The windmill starts spinning backwards, and as this happens, a dark figure begins to approach the camera. They seemingly rotate the camera and then talk.
Where is my house?
in the school. I will follow.
These buildings that he's building and showing look a lot like what we saw earlier in that gallery area. A house, and apparently that brick building was a school. Behind all the letters is one of the pets that we're able to collect. Eventually, this character turns the camera back to the windmill, and according to the jump cut, after about an hour, this happens.
That's kind of fun, actually. Going through a 4-hour video and noticing that on one half of the video, the windmill's going one direction, and in the other half, it's going in the other direction. And pinpointing where the change occurred, and the fuck is this?
Now, I need to point out something. I have seen every motherfucking Petscop theory video get wrong. Like, I'm sorry I'm getting heated about this, y'all, but you don't understand. I've watched lots of Petscop theory videos, and none of them make any fucking sense. Especially Wendigoons. Look, Wendigoon's a good YouTuber. What the fuck were you smoking when you made that video? Paul is saying, "What the fuck is this?" to quote himself seeing the windmill disappear in 4 hours worth of footage. Yes, I know it's cheating to turn on the subtitles, but like, bro, I'm fucking deaf, alright? I dislike series where the hardness of the mystery is trying to understand the audio. The mystery should come from the story, the clues, not what was the character mumbling. Anyway, with that rant out of the way, Paul goes ahead and heads up those stairs and finds the camera that whoever that was interacted with. There he sees everything that's been laid out, like he just forgot to pick it back up. And he goes ahead and grabs the pet. And,
Oh my god.
The caught jingle and text feels so, like, wrong with what's going on with the story. Paul goes in the menu to go inspect the pet, and throughout the series, the main menu will have little messages, and I'll bring them up when necessary, but I just want to point out this one. Have you found anything weird lately? It feels asinine. Paul goes to inspect the pet, Tonith, and it says this.
Enter a description here.
A bird, I think. I forgot what birds look like. Funny, stupid blob monsters, says Mike. That's what it is. Painter. Painting puzzle. Catch rained his first? Has a broken leg for some reason. I already hung him on a wall. Too late to take it back. It makes me think about the dog, actually. Because when the car hit him, I thought, at least it'll be over soon. He survived it, and I was the only one who still wanted to put him down. A dog is an innocent... When that dog wags its tail, and it appears happy, it's not real. I guess that's Tonith then. Tonith, 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 Tonith. The end. It's yucky outside.
What have I just walked into?
So, assuming that this is the game dev, because, to be honest, this feels like game dev notes. The developer is not okay. He's mentioned shooting a child, or at least wanting to. He keeps bringing up Care and her father, and likely without their permission. And this. But, something to note here. He brings up Mike. Presumably, that exact same Mike at the grave. So this implies that the developer knew Mike. Maybe it was his kid, his brother, who knows, but he knew Mike. And a part of me wonders if Mike's death perhaps led him to spiraling into some sort of psychosis. And this is the product. Now, while that theory would explain why the game is so weird and why the dev seems so unstable, that doesn't explain the mentions of Care, somebody named Marvin, somebody named Tiara, the mention of Care's father. That doesn't explain their involvement. And better yet, why was this game in Paul's custody? So far, nobody with the last name Leskowitz has been mentioned, and somehow Paul just happens to have this? Unless somebody in the family just perhaps knew the developer, knew Mike, knew Care, some sort of connection. It's really feeling like, if this is not at all related to Paul, that he is digging into something he should not. But anyway, Paul goes ahead and looks through the rest of the pet menu and sees new additions. Presumably, he sees images of the 3 states of Care and a blank space. Perhaps a secret 4th stage of Care, or just something we don't know yet. But Paul brings up something fairly interesting. That he tried going down in the pet menu before, and nothing happened. He's doing it now, and these 4 have shown up. Almost like putting in the cheat code and going down into the new maker plane caused these 4 to appear on the menu. Paul also explains something else a bit interesting about this main menu. The Book of Baby Names does nothing. No matter how much he tries to interact with it, it does nothing. He theorizes, though, that maybe at one point in the game, or at least planned later down the line, you could perhaps name your pets. Anyway, hold on, let me go update the family tree. It won't take long, I'm just gonna... Because Paul eventually goes on ahead and decides to head back to Tool, to go ask it more questions. And he goes ahead and asks what the weird shadowy figure asked, starting with, "Where is my house?"
You'll never go home.
He then asks, "Where is the school?"
You can't go back in time.
After this, we cut to Paul walking around in that area with Mike's grave, in which he points out kind of what we're all thinking. That there seems to be some sort of ghost, or maybe a weird AI. But Paul says that there's a way to tell if it's a ghost trying to talk to you.
But you know, the way you know that there's a ghost in a game trying to communicate with you is if it comes out, if it stops being distant, and it comes out and you can have a real-time back and forth with it.
Foreshadow.
But Paul points out that the only real paranormal thing was whatever happened with Tool. Because I guess this just doesn't count, apparently. But then Paul brings up something really interesting. He says that he created a second save file, and when messing around in it, doing the same thing, winding up in the new maker plane, some things were different. Almost like every run is randomized. And I mean, randomizations existed for a while in video games. It's pretty much existed since computers were made. But to have all of this deep and strange info buried in your game, and there's a chance that they may not even see it, I don't know, that feels a bit weird. But Paul perfectly describes it. The game doesn't really care, it seems, if you don't see everything. After this, though, Paul goes ahead and stops the recording. Now, it may feel like Part 6 may have not revealed much, but I'd argue otherwise, because now we finally understand, or at least have a guess, as to why whoever's developing this area made everything the way it is. They were perhaps a relative, a sibling, the father even, of Michael Hammond. Whoever this was that was related to them or knew them possibly went under such psychosis and grief that they made this entire segment. And somehow, in some way, this poor girl Care, her family is somehow involved in this. And it seems like the developer was targeting Care's father? So apparently he definitely has some sort of involvement in Michael's death. And what that is, we don't really know yet. But with Part 7, some more pieces are put into the puzzle. And they fit very nicely. Part 7 begins with Paul in the quitter's room, just kind of running around, doing nothing, really. He then eventually goes into the corner of the room and almost kind of just sits there like a kid in timeout. We can hear him turning pages. Possibly ideas made by his friend on how to solve the mysteries, possibly ideas from just himself. Like, without any big spoilers, later on in the series, we see that Paul is very goddamn intelligent. But eventually, from the left, he hears a weird noise.
Something's happening.
And sees that the copycat is just suddenly gone. After this odd jingle ends, the copycat comes right back. Paul eventually goes back to that paper on the wall that says, "Do you remember being born?" And now, sketched under the line beneath it, is the words, "Come here," written just like how the pink version of Tool writes them. Which leaves me to wonder if this copycat was the one that hijacked the tool. Now, assuming that this isn't just a coincidence that the pink tool and the copycat seem to share the same handwriting, I think that whoever this tiara is the copycat. That's why when the player talks to the tool after they've stopped being pink, they go ahead and mention, "I'm not Tiara. I am not the pink tool." So, for the time being, we can go ahead and start calling the copycat Tiara. Paul seemingly recognizes this handwriting and heads to the tool, seeing it now in its pink form saying,
I love you, New Maker. Please show Marvin where his house is.
So we might know who Marvin is now.
Now, where have we seen a mention of a house from the shadowy figure? That means that is Marvin. Paul goes ahead and asks, "Who are you?" In which the pink tool, just like last time, ignores the question and just says,
Go there, and he'll follow you. His daughter will be there.
Now, there is only one character who has been mentioned throughout this entire series up to this point who has a daughter. Care's father. Marvin is Care's father. That also means Marvin is the Shadow Man. Now, this means one of two things. Either one, this is an NPC representing Marvin, or two, the more weird option, this is a ghost, or Marvin's ghost in the game. To be honest though, that would make sense. The note on the game mentions entering a code and going behind a shed to turn into a Shadow Man, while Marvin looks like a Shadow Man. However, the name drop and reveal of Marvin also leads us back to a question from earlier. The mention of Marvin hurting someone with the tool. Does this mean that Marvin, presumably in real life, if we're going off references to real life here, stabbed or hurt Tiara with the tool? And assuming that Tiara is also the copycat, that makes that little scene where Paul sat in the corner, almost like he was in timeout, a lot more dark. Perhaps the reason Tiara responded is because in real life, that was something Tiara went through because of Marvin. Perhaps bringing back memories and causing them to respond, perhaps out of fear. And assuming that that scared Tiara, that makes them say, "New Maker, I love you so much. Go help Marvin." That just... oh my god, it feels fucked. Like, for all we know, this could be an NPC. For all we know, I could be wrong. This may not be a ghost. But if it is a ghost, then Paul just brought back a lot of bad memories. And this right here is one of the big first clues to the giant theme that we will see of child abuse. I know I put it in the intro, but I want to restate it now. This series, the way I try to look at it, is a very fucked up story about child abuse. And so if you've made it this far and you're starting to feel uncomfy, get out while you can. And if what we have seen about Marvin is true, about him abusing Tiara, maybe that could explain the kind of asinine tone we saw in that note in the room, because Marvin's perhaps abused people, or perhaps even his own daughter. But for now, we have a very important reveal. Marvin is Care's father. Paul then goes ahead and asks the pink tool, remember being born, which it just replies with,
Also wants 1,000 pieces for machine beyond school basement stairway.
Now, I've been calling them just collectibles or points, but the proper term for the little things that Paul has been picking up throughout his playthrough is pieces. So they're saying that Marvin needs 1,000 pieces or points for a machine beyond the school basement stairway. What? What?
Also not an answer to my question. Well.
We see Paul go back to the building with the canvas and try to put one of the pets into that little cubby outside the building. But upon doing this, he gets the message, Child Library accepts people, which appears to mean that this building is meant to represent an adoption center of some sort. Paul assumes that this means the only people who can go in there is Care. After trying to mess around with the pet menu for a bit, Paul goes back into the building, the child library. Paul decides to go ahead and put in Mike's face, but get rid of the eyebrows. And upon doing so, he sees that he gets a room that appears to have roads and gift boxes on the ground. Earlier in the last episode, there were mentions of a dog getting run over. And at Mike's grave, it says he was a gift. Now, in my personal opinion, I don't think there was a dog. I think that this is meant to show Mike was the one that got ran over. And that this game dev witnessed this person that they knew or was even their son suffer an agonizing death. And everyone else around him wanted to keep Mike alive, but he just wanted to put Mike out of his misery. Subtle details like this paint a bigger picture of trauma and trying to escape the past. Paul then goes ahead and states that the reason he chose this face was that eyebrows seemingly are something important, as we saw earlier with that letter. After this, we see him seemingly put in Care's face, but with eyebrows. And when he walks in, there is a censor box over one of the toys on the table. Not the game censoring this. Post-editing. Somebody, presumably Paul, censored whatever was on the table. This scene, and I don't know why, always makes me feel uneasy. Just the fact that Paul saw something that was so disturbing that he felt the need to censor it before putting it on YouTube I don't know, it just unnerves me. And Paul's silence and lack of response, without directly telling us, shows us whatever he saw shook him.
So this is Care with eyebrows. I put Mike's eyebrows on her. I could have put other eyebrows on her, but I didn't. I put Mike's on her. I don't know if this... I can't tell. I can't tell if it recognized it or not. Because everything looks like any other room.
Paul tries to ease himself by saying, well, maybe this can show up in any room. Maybe I just got really unlucky and it showed up here. And then after this, we see text, and it reads as follows. We've had to cover something with a black box right now. We can't say why. Some other things we're expecting to censor in the future. A big present with a sticker on it. Something on a wall in the black house. Written on a chalkboard. Now, presumably this we is Paul and his friend. At least for the time being, that's what we can go off. But it does leave you to wonder. What the hell did Paul see to be so obviously disturbed? But then that next month, on May, Petscop 8 was uploaded. And, this is what speaks for itself. Paul is back at that road from pretty much near the beginning of him entering this Newmaker plane. He's seemingly trying to get run over. And he just sits there and notices how, just like before, every time he walks on the road, the cars stop. But once he gets off, they go again. After just trying to repeat this pattern for a few times...
What?
Paul chases down whoever this is, and they follow them all the way into the room with the images. But we notice that this NPC, quote-unquote, looks at the images of the school and the house, and every time starts running in circles around it, like they're excited to see the house and school. And also, Paul points out something that some of you may have not noticed. Look at the shape of its head, and the shape of the shadow figure's head. This is Marvin.
I think you're confused, Marvin. Don't think you know... I don't think you get what you're doing. What? Excuse me? He went up. Will I find him if I go up?
Paul wanders around, but he can't find Marvin. And after this, we cut to Paul, presumably on the phone with his friend. And they're having a weird conversation, but we can put together what they're saying. It seems that Paul's friend is talking about a doorway right where Marvin was just running into the wall for a few seconds straight. Which this implies that their friend has played the game before. Possibly meaning that they were a playtester, possibly? Paul brings up that maybe between them playing and 2004, that's an oddly weird date, things could have changed. And then we get this bombshell.
Well, it could have changed between then and 2004. After 2004, my mom had it reportedly.
The reason that Paul has this game is because his mom owned it at one point. And by own it, I mean own a copy. Which this also implies that his mother was given updated copies of the game as it was being made by the developer? So maybe his mom was a playtester, maybe his mom was the co-developer, who knows, but his mom at one point did own the game. And apparently between Paul's friend playing it and 2004, the year that his mom got the game, things have been updated. So this seemingly implies that Paul's family, or at least somebody in his family, used to be a playtester for this game. If not his family, then possibly his best friend. And suddenly this kind of changes the whole idea of the channel, which that it was made for Paul to show his friend all this stuff. And now we can look at it as Paul trying to prove to his friend, hey, you remember that game you played back then? I found a copy of it. Also, he's possibly trying to show that he too found the Newmaker plane, because it seems his friend also found it. And then, many days later, Petscop 9 came out. Petscop 9 begins with no audio, but we see the main menu. And eventually, a demo begins to play. Now, for all the fetuses that are watching this video, back then, old video games, this was mainly due to arcade games mostly, were often programmed to have a little demo reel of the gameplay when left idle for long enough. This was done in arcades to get people's attentions, and presumably this was just a leftover when PlayStations and all that were made. And we see a demo of somebody playing inside of the Evencare level. However, this demo appears to be from an unfinished state. When going into a room where normally would be a puzzle to get a pet, there is no puzzle and there is no pet. And just in the room with Amber, Amber is also gone. We see the person in the demo run on the treadmill that would normally be used to solve the puzzle and lands it on
0.
And a lot of people that are smarter than me pointed this out, but the way that the person runs on the treadmill is similar to how Paul plucked the flower, where upon reaching 3, they paused for a good moment and then resumed. We then see Paul go ahead and do something that was written on the note all the way back in the first video, mentioning how when they reached the bottom, they turned and became the Shadow Man. We can assume now that that part of the note was probably written by Marvin. So Paul does just that, and voila, he becomes the Shadow Man. However, whenever attempting to enter Karen LM's room, it goes away and he's back to normal. And then eventually Paul goes ahead and goes up to the Newmaker plane. He goes to where the windmill is, or should be, and finds out when in the shadow form, he can see the windmill and the camera is red. Paul then goes into the windmill and gets quite a sight. He sees what appears to be a mannequin head almost, trapped on some gears in the windmill. And there's a sign that has the same face that's on the mannequin head looking thing. Along with it is a white tool, and in the gears is a bunch of those pieces or points. Paul interacts with the white tool, and then it goes and pokes the mannequin, giving Paul a fuck ton of pieces and getting rid of the mannequin. We then see Paul return back to normal, and we very clearly can see that when you're not in the shadow form, the windmill is just not there. But the camera is still red, implying when Marvin messed with the camera, it's like he permanently distorted it. Paul, being the smart cookie he is, goes ahead and heads back to the child library and puts in that exact face that he saw in the windmill.
You found her. You may visit her room.
When Paul enters the room, he sees himself running off to the side. Paul very clearly sees it and just says,
Okay.
On the table in this room is the windmill, or at least a small replica of it, and the tool. Paul then reads the note on the wall, and it reads this.
You must have guessed, but I was looking through your things. I found that picture of you from 1977, standing in front of an old windmill with your friend. You went there, and it was a bad idea. Your friend and the windmill both disappeared into thin air. Her sister was holding the camera. She took another picture minutes later. Just you, no windmill, and no friend. You married her sister, and years later, your friend was reborn as your daughter. Your wife won't admit this is true, but I know it, because I found the evidence. Your friend never returned with you, and the windmill was gone. I went to see it myself. Where is it? What did you do? Rainer Newmaker.
So, that was a lot to digest. Now, going off the idea that this is Marvin playing, and Marvin is intended to read this, this is what we can pick up. Marvin and a friend of his, and that friend's sister, went to a windmill, and the windmill and the friend disappeared. I'm sorry. I can understand the friend disappearing. Alright, you know what? That's fine. People go missing. How the fuck does what? However, this explains that scene from earlier where we saw the windmill disappear. That was representing this moment. Marvin then, years later, presumably in adulthood or older version of him, how maybe the friend was like 20 and Marvin was also 20, he decided to go ahead and marry that person's sister. Now, the next mention of your friend was reborn as your daughter, explains the whole thing about Care not growing eyebrows. Apparently Marvin, or the game dev, who actually we now find out has a name, Rainer, new maker, believes that Care, Marvin's daughter, not growing eyebrows was somehow the magic of rebirth. Now, look, I don't know if you know what genetics is, but assuming that this girl is the sister of Marvin's wife, I'm just saying, genetics are a thing. Hell, maybe Care's mother didn't have eyebrows, and that's where she got it from. Maybe Care's grandma didn't have eyebrows. And according to Rainer, he knows this is true, even though Marvin's wife understandably doesn't believe this is real, saying that he went to go see the windmill, and the windmill was gone. Rainer knows what construction is, right? I have to break y'all's heart for a second. This is genuinely one of the mysteries I can't solve. Like, I don't understand. Everything related to the friend's disappearance, the windmill's disappearance, that all affects the story later down the line. But as to how the fucking windmill disappeared, I genuinely don't know. I literally don't know. However, let's have a little idea here for a second. Rainer, it feels good being able to call him Rainer. God, I've been tired of calling him the dev. Rainer is clearly unstable. He is very clearly not okay mentally, presumably after the loss of Mike. So, what if, instead, something else happened, but the way that he phrases it tries to make it out like something paranormal happened? I mean, we saw a mannequin-looking thing in the windmill with that friend's face. So, what if perhaps she got caught in the gears? Who knows how, or why, or what caused her to get stuck inside the windmill, but what if that's what caused her to quote-unquote disappear? And then, for some reason, her sister took a photo again, showing that windmill was gone. Now, that's where that part of my theory kind of falls apart, because how would those two be minutes apart? But okay, once again, assuming Rainer is mentally unstable here and just exaggerating, perhaps minutes later was really months later, and her sister took a photo with Marvin where the windmill used to be. Possibly it was deconstructed for either something, or possibly torn down due to the incident with Marvin's friend. However, that's boring, so I'm gonna just assume it's the paranormal. Trying to explain this without the paranormal relies on so many just possibilities, concepts, ideas that aren't ever directly mentioned or even hinted. And trust me, there is evidence of the paranormal in Petscop. So, from what we can gather from this is what we understand. Marvin, his friend, and that friend's sister went to a windmill, took a photo, and somehow the windmill and the friend disappeared. Marvin then married that friend's sister, and down the line, the two of them had Care as a daughter. Marvin, seemingly being glad to see his daughter not grow eyebrows, is possibly a believer in rebirth. Maybe that's why he was so happy, why he was smiling in the bathtub. In his mind, his friend was reborn. And perhaps the whole thing about his wife not believing it is her understandably being kind of grossed out by that. Right now, we don't know how old they were when that friend presumably disappeared or died, but it feels a little fucked for a woman to lose her sister, and then when she marries someone, that friend's like, yo, your sister's back, see, your sister's back. It's just their daughter. That would understandably creep out, I think, anybody. However, this doesn't explain what happened with Tiara, and why Marvin presumably abused her. Now, from what we can gather with Tiara, she's been mentioned a few times about the process of rebirth. Perhaps, and I'm pulling a crazy theory here, what if Marvin, somehow in some way, who knows when, abused Tiara in an attempt to rebirth her as his friend? And whenever she would fail this rebirth process, he would stab her with the tool. I'm going nuts here with that idea. But with what we can gather about Marvin, he seems to believe in rebirth and really wants his friend to come back. And as the story progresses, we'll see the lengths he's willing to go. Anyway, let's go back to Paul playing the game and try to get all this off our minds. Paul, can you please yap so I can relax? Paul, why aren't you yapping? You normally yap. Why aren't you? Anyway, he enters the room off to the right, which this right here also confirms that this child, Marvin's friend, was the one that Rainer mentioned shooting. So he goes through the passage and finds what looks like a birthday party of sorts, with little toy windmills everywhere. That's what they're called, right? Hold on. My bad, y'all. They're called pinwheels. Anyway, he enters a room surrounded by pinwheels, obviously being symbolization for the windmill. The birthday cake appears to be facing the wrong direction. It would appear that it's meant to be saying 9. And, you know, with all the imagery of pinwheels, this presumably means that Marvin lost his friend when they were 9. Which just kind of makes him wanting that friend back even more fucked up. Like, this man grew up, got married, did the thing, had a child. I'm sorry, I just pictured Marvin fucking his wife. Why did I picture that? But he had a child, and all this time later in life, years later, he probably has a stable job, a loving wife, and a daughter. And he's like, yeah, I want my friend back. My brother in Christ, you have made it further in life than me. Bro, like, how can you not be just chill? I'm starting to think that Rainer might not be the only one with a few loose screws. Paul opens one of the boxes and gets a green key. He then goes to open the other box.
What the fuck?
Some other things we're expecting to censor in the future. A big present with a sticker on it.
We then cut to when he's presumably adjusted to whatever he saw and is calmer now. Paul then goes ahead and on the left side of the room, despite the camera basically fighting him, enters a small building. Inside of it is a gift box again, and upon entering it, yeah, I don't know why that choir was there. I really don't. After walking around for a while, Paul manages to go ahead and find the brick building which connected Evencare and the Newmaker plane. And above it is a box with one of the logos that we saw in the background in the Evencare level. Paul enters and finds himself back at Evencare. But it's not normal Evencare. It's the version that we saw in the demo at the beginning of the video, seemingly implying this was an older, scrapped version of the level. Paul finds his way to the treadmill room that we saw in the demo and sees that it's right on 0, just where the person playing in the demo ended it. And Paul goes ahead and messes with it. Somehow, he brings it to -1, and doing this causes the game to crash. Paul goes ahead and resets his PlayStation, and next thing we know, we see him in the same area where Care NLM is located. Somehow, him messing with the treadmill allowed him to get Care. The light then moves over and shows us that same logo from the room. Paul goes ahead and reads the description of Care NLM, and it says the following.
Care NLM escaped from the school's basement and wandered the Newmaker plane for days. To catch her, you had to lie. But it may not be a lie forever. You're the Newmaker. You can turn Care NLM into Care A and close the loop.
So, this gave us a big bit of info about Care, and makes some earlier implications and bits of info a lot more scary. Care was apparently trapped in the basement of the school, and escaped and wandered for days until Marvin found her, or somebody found her. And apparently to keep her and save her, they had to lie. But this then begs the question, what exactly was this lie? And who is this you that they're referring to? Because they're referring to themselves as Newmaker. Well, if Marvin's meant to be playing this, then why are you calling Marvin your surname? I believe this segment is Rainer kind of talking to himself, trying to say that he kind of wishes he could have fixed Care, because he mentions a loop. I don't think this loop is time bending in on itself. God, I fucking hate those theories. I think the loop is depression. But still leaves the question, what is this lie? Well, judging by Care NLM probably means nobody loves me. I think that when Rainer or whoever found Care in this depressed state tried telling her that we love you, we care about you, but was actually lying. And I want to go back to the child library. When you design a game, especially back in the 90s, everything has to have a purpose. You can't just leave unused content in the game files like you can in modern games. There is a reason Rainer purposely put this decision to have Care being able to be put into that place. What I think happened is that Care eventually found her way back home, or to somebody who knows her and cares for her. Maybe her own mother. And then after all of this went down, she was put up for adoption. Care, having escaped the basement of a school after being dragged there by whoever, and now being told by whoever's trying to take care of her that, hey, I'm going to send you to an adoption center, I can imagine a child would probably think that nobody loves them. Especially a young girl. To have to be probably in the single digits of age and go through all this would leave you with a bitter taste in your mouth before you even hit the age of 10. Now this leaves one more question. How did she get into the school basement? Hi y'all, post-editing Aiden here. So I went on about a 5-minute tangent on if the person who brought her to the school basement could be Marvin. And then I realized that when just looking back at the episodes, it is Marvin who kidnapped her and brought her to the school. It is explicitly stated that Marvin went to a school and brought a child with him. The child, when saying nobody loves me, their words are highlighted in yellow. Care's name is often highlighted in yellow, and Care's name is nobody loves me. So I wasted a bunch of time editing this segment, talking about how maybe it's Marvin, until I looked back and realized it just fucking says it's Marvin. Marvin kidnapped Care. He kidnapped his own daughter and put her in the basement of the school. And this makes the scenes from earlier, with Marvin dancing around the pictures, asking where's the school, where's the house, that just makes it really unsettling. And if I were to guess, I would assume the reason he probably kidnapped his daughter is because his wife was creeped the fuck out by him constantly, well, maybe not constantly, but occasionally bringing up, yeah, our daughter is actually your dead sister. That would definitely lead to a divorce down the line. And so presumably out of anger that he can't be with his daughter, who to him is his friend reborn, he kidnapped her and locked her in the school basement. Now, earlier in this video, it was kind of seeming like Rainer was the villain. This random bastard antagonizing a dad for some reason. But Rainer is starting to seem more sane. Perhaps the reason he's been so, let's just say, rude is because of what Marvin did to Care. Now, this is a bit strange, because why would Rainer Newmaker give a fuck about a family that's presumably not connected to his? I mean, maybe Michael's connected, but they also don't share surnames. Unless maybe Rainer got his name changed at, like, marriage or something. I mean, granted, like, 3% of men do that, but, like, you know, you never know. But anyway, Rainer knew all of this and went ahead and made this game for Marvin to play, presumably to ridicule him for kidnapping his own daughter. And this once again leaves the question, what in the hell does Paul's family have to do with this? I've already done asked 500 questions, so I think for now we could just conclude we don't fucking know. But Marvin, if it wasn't apparent, is pretty much the antagonist of this series. A father who is obsessed with his daughter being reborn into his childhood friend, who was so angry that when his wife, understandably, divorced him because of his weird beliefs and his obsession with getting his friend back, he kidnapped his daughter and locked her in the school basement. Paul should just put the controller down. He is pretty much digging into a rabbit hole that no one should ever put themselves through. But Paul keeps playing, and keeps trying to figure out what's going on. We also see in the main menu it say, "You're in the other place too?" Once again kind of showing that whatever we saw with that demo is not the same even care. Paul then heads to the child library. I'm sorry, it's just like that implication that Karen LM went through so much shit, and Paul's out here like, "But what if I put her in the cupboard?" But anyway, Paul does that and is given the following message. You decided to leave Karen LM. If you change your mind within 6 months, you can take Karen LM back. What month is it, anyway? What year is it? That part at the end feels a bit strange. Why would Rainer feel the need to type that? Paul then, through a jump cut, goes into Kara's room and sees Karen LM sitting on the bed, and catches her again. And there, the video ends. I think I should probably update the family tree. Then, about a few days later, Petscop 10 came out. Petscop 10 begins with Paul back in that demo version of Even Care. And we can tell it's him going back because he still has that green key above him that he got in the last episode. We see Paul go into Amber's room, open up both of the gates, and then when he goes to backtrack back out, the door is shut. The game then freezes and cuts back to the main menu. We see Paul saves, seeing that he has his original save, one named Test, and then a backup of his original save. Except his original and the backup are apparently corrupted, or at least possibly. We then see Paul reload the save, go back into the demo version of Even Care, and both gates are still open. And I want to reiterate how fucking smart Paul is, by the way. Somehow, he uses this to somehow solve the puzzle of how to get to the other side of the quitter's room. Like, how did he think of this? But this also shows us that Even Care is just as connected to the Newmaker plane as it would be if it was just in the Newmaker plane. It's almost like Rainer took the game he was making and just went ahead and added on to it, completely disregarding what the original intention was. Paul goes into the quitter's room and sees a box that has the icon that we would see in the back of Amber's room. But the most interesting thing about when he's in the normal version of the quitter's room is that Tiara is on the other side of it. It's almost like the game just on purpose puts Tiara there. And here, Paul can also read the letter, except not mirrored. After this, we jump cut to Paul going ahead and going back to the tool, now asking it what we saw when Paul put Care into the child library. He asks, "What month is it?" And Tool just pulls down a red calendar and stares at it. Paul asks, "What year is it?" And it just keeps staring at the calendar. He then asks, "Where was the windmill?" After that, a sensor box appears on screen and the video ends. So, presumably, when asking where was the windmill, Paul was given the exact real-life location of the fucking windmill. This episode shows us one important thing. Even Care, or that demo version of it at the least, and the Newmaker plane are very much connected. Now, before Petscop 11 was released, some interesting things happened to the channel. The channel's profile picture changed from this to this. And the channel also got a description for the very first time. On June 8th, the channel's description was changed from nothing to this. Rainer gave this gift to us on Christmas 1997 and 2000. It was the single longest day of our lives. We were all certain he was dead at the time. He had been missing since January 1997 and 2000. We're not as concerned about these things now. Please enjoy the recordings. We do. Okay, so this changes a lot. It would seem that Paul's family, possibly, is getting involved with this. Although, maybe it's just Paul and his friend typing this out. But this tells us so much about Rainer from just this alone. Paul, or Paul's family, or his friend's family, knew Rainer. They knew him, whoever he was. And apparently, he went missing twice. Apparently, in those years, he just disappeared from the family, then showed up again on Christmas to give them Petscop as a gift. This would explain how Paul has the game. Presumably his mother was the people during this Christmas event. But what about Marvin's family and Care and her mother? Perhaps that's the friend's family? Perhaps that's Paul's family? But it would seem that Rainer was close to these people. And this explains how Paul got the game. His mother was given it in 2004, presumably by Rainer. Well, maybe not Rainer. It does state he gave the game to them in 2000, not 2004. Maybe the game went to its intended audience, Marvin, and then Marvin, realizing he's just being shit-talked in a fucking PlayStation 1 game, gives it to Paul's mother. Paul then finds this game in 2017 and starts recording himself playing it. Either way, this is very important information about Rainer, and shows us that he isn't just some random guy who was watching from the shadows, witnessing all of this happen. He was presumably close to the family. Then, later that year, in September, the description changed again. For now, there is nothing to do. We are waiting patiently for Paul. When the time comes, we will turn on the light. Wait, hold on. We wait for Paul? But Paul was recording this for his friend. I thought his friend and him were the ones uploading. In December, the description changed once again. And from here, we understand now Paul is not the one uploading all this footage. Everything we wish to say is below. The purpose of this YouTube channel is to preserve and display the recordings within the video game Petscop while keeping some of their content private. They were first given to us as a Christmas present many years ago. The game had an interesting journey before and after that day. Paul created some additional recordings in 2017 as a way to show Petscop gameplay to his friend. He created this account in order to upload those additional recordings in video format. He later passed ownership of the channel to us, but continued to record himself at our strong suggestion. Though he had issues with the arrangement, these have finally been settled. Please enjoy the recordings in Petscop. We do. So this means, all the way back with that first bit of censorship, that we was not Paul and his friend. It was these people. And if I were to guess anything, it's probably Paul's family. And if not Paul's family, Marvin's family. Think about this realistically for a second. Get rid of that bullshit about merging timelines, or some theory that it's the Garalina devs holding him hostage. Some of these theories out there are so fucking stupid. Let's assume that you're somebody in Care's family. And you over here, on the internet, who knows where or how, that footage, well, maybe not actual footage, but mentions and explanations about things that have happened in your family. Horrible, horrible traumatic events that no family would ever want to remember is being uploaded onto YouTube from this gameplay of a game. And by the release of the 10th episode, this series was gaining traction and was very popular. So, all these people in the world now know about your family's past, the horrible things that have happened, and, you know, I don't know about you, but if I was in that family, I'd be pretty fucking pissed. So presumably, the family of Marvin or Care is now interacting with the channel, censoring footage in order to keep their private personal matters private. And apparently Paul had some sort of disagreement with this, but finally was able to just agree on some sort of settlement. Maybe he doesn't have to record as much footage. Maybe the family's paying him to do this. But then, here's the weird thing. Why would they want him to play the game if they know it contains private info about their lives? It seems a bit backwards. You know, Paul, I really don't appreciate you showing that game of yours, showing what my family's done, the horrible things in my family's past. Anyway, can you please keep uploading more footage? I have an idea later on in the series why they force him to play. But for the time being, we have no clue why they're both censoring but making him play. And eventually, that next day after the channel description was changed to that, Petscop 11 was released. And this one, once again, Paul is so fucking intelligent.
Signs along the way, that I ignored. Because it would have been a completely ridiculous idea to me. But when I found my room, it made, well, I was shocked at first, but it made sense.
Okay, what did Paul mean by my room? Well, I think we could kind of guess, judging by him mentioning that he was shocked. When he went into the room that used Care's face but Mike's eyebrows, he was audibly disturbed. But apparently it made sense because of where he got the game, and he knew that it would somehow be tied to him through his friend. Now, with the context that there's presumably a family behind this, this might mean that his friend is possibly a relative of Care's family, and maybe that's why they are related. But this doesn't explain, though, why Paul called the room his room when he used Care's face and Mike's eyebrows. Unless he's trying to imply that he looks like that? Or maybe he's related to Michael Hammond or Care. It's never been stated if Care had a sibling or if Michael had a sibling, so maybe he's a sibling? Perhaps he's Care's brother. But then why wouldn't he immediately be disturbed and disgusted at the mentions of things that had happened to his quote-unquote sister? It's strange, but I will get back to this, and I mean that. I'm not going to do what I did in my Rosswood video and say I'll come back to this and then not do that. Eventually, we have a jump cut to Paul talking, saying he's sorry for being quiet, but he's trying to do something related to a drawing that he has. Apparently, it's basically just scribbles, but he decides that he should probably send them a photo or video of the drawing to explain it. He presumably does this because then it just jump cuts to him later walking in an odd pattern. Paul says that whatever the hell he's doing, he's 90% certain it's going to work, but 10% worried he just is doing nothing.
Holy shit.
How did Paul find this out? How? What is your IQ? Paul then says that he's certain he has to go ahead and skip this box, and eventually Paul keeps on walking and finds a tire on a stick. If there were clues to this, I didn't fucking see them. Either Paul is a smart cookie, or his friend is a smart cookie. But assuming that he's the one that made the drawings, goddamn, my boy's smart. Paul goes ahead and runs around the tire until he's given the gray box once again. And here he asks, "Where is house?" The tire then begins to spin in a direction, giving a hint for Paul to go that direction. And eventually, Paul finds a road. And eventually, Paul finds a sign near the road as the camera begins to shift oddly. This is a frozen house, captured 3 times exactly as it was.
I think we found the house.
Well, you're right, my friend Paul, because it is indeed the house. The same house that we saw in the gallery, and that Marvin was presumably trying to find. Wait a minute. If Marvin was trying to find the school, because that was connected to him kidnapping his daughter... Oh, this is his house. But it's not the house that we saw earlier. It's black. I'm sorry, that sounded racist out of context. It's painted black. Paul goes up to the front door, and the green key disappears. He unlocked the door, but he can't open it because he doesn't have arms. Paul then runs back and forth on the road, somehow being able to understand that it involves him running back and forth to open the door. And as he does this, he brings up how he struggles with his left and rights. That will come back. However, mid-yap, we hear a tune play, and when he goes back to the house, the door is open.
Right, and so it's going to say, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, or, you turn this thing to the right. And I mean, I still get confused about that. Well, we have the door open now, so, I mean...
The loading screen when he enters the house looks like, almost like a chair in front of a piano. And this is not a 3D model. This is very clearly a real image slapped into the game. Rainer took a photo of whatever this is. Presumably it was of some importance, or maybe even something in Marvin's real-life house, and threw it as the loading screen.
Alright. Okay. It's interesting. Got people.
As Paul walks around, he sees that often there is a representation of 3 people occasionally showing up. Presumably Marvin, Care, and Care's mother. Paul keeps walking around, exploring, when suddenly...
Where have you been? Why were you gone for such a long time? Is this a present? Who is it for?
I believe that this scene is meant to represent Rainer coming back to the family to give them Petscop in 1997, and I am certain it's 1997, because when looking up a calendar of that date, well, it's exactly like this one. We then see Paul go ahead and go through this calendar, and we start to see that some days are highlighted. On November, from the 1st to the 10th, they're highlighted in green. Then October, it's all green. And then from October all the way up to July, it's all green. In June, there's 3 days that aren't highlighted in green. Then from May to March, only the weekends are highlighted. Then in February, some of them are highlighted. And in January, every other day is highlighted. So this calendar, when reversed, shows the days going from being slightly green to then kinda green to all green back to just pure gray. Paul then goes to the gray calendar, or black calendar, and it appears to be of the year 2000. The second time that Rainer showed up and presumably gave the family Petscop, or the updated copy. We eventually realize that Paul is presumably either talking to or showing either his friend or one of the people in charge of the channel what's going on. Presumably he's showing them it because he hasn't really been talking a lot. And then Paul brings up this.
Yeah, on that topic, I don't remember meeting this girl at all. I don't remember knowing her at any point. And I remember you saying that we are, exactly the same age. Right. I just don't remember even hearing about anyone going missing. But even then, could have been one of those periods when we weren't visiting very much, but it seems weird.
So, Paul doesn't remember anything happening to Care. He doesn't recall this, and apparently him and Care are the exact same age. So however old Paul is right now is how old Care is right now. And then they bring up how she went missing, or was kidnapped, on the 5th of June to the 10th of November. Now, Marvin kidnapped Care. He is the reason that she went missing on those days. He was with her. It's almost like the calendar is highlighting the days that he was with Care. And when you look at it backwards from what Paul was flicking through, you can put together something very grim but real. The days in green are the days that Marvin had custody of Care. Marvin and his wife divorced and split custody between each other. Initially, it was every other day. But eventually it seems that she got better custody, and Marvin was only able to have her on the weekends. The weekends. Y'all, I have a very bad southern accent. I literally started this by saying y'all. But eventually, Marvin presumably got tired of this. And because he's so obsessed with his daughter being reborn as his friend, he kidnapped her. And for nearly 6 months, she was stuck in the school basement. But presumably on the 11th, she was able to get back home. Or was at least rescued. Now, what this means to that lying stuff mentioned earlier, we don't know. Assuming that Paul was born around this time, how the fuck does he not remember this? Was he so young that he was just too busy eating crayons? Perhaps he doesn't recall this because he didn't live through a traumatic event. But, like he mentions, maybe this was during a point in time when him and that family didn't visit much, which would explain why he doesn't know.
I do agree there's a resemblance.
Can I use the bathroom?
Very strong resemblance between us.
Of course.
Okay, wait, hold up. Paul has mentioned that the room where he used Care's face and used Mike's eyebrows was his room. Him and Care are the exact same age, and apparently they have a very strong resemblance to each other. So either he is just a descendant of the Care family bloodline, or it's something else. Yes, I know you've read the title, but I'm not going to get into that just yet. Paul eventually goes into the bathroom and...
What? The hell? That was an experience.
And in this bathroom, we also see that there's a clue that Paul must go back to Even Care, or the demo version of it at the least, and find something. Whatever this something is connected to the puzzle that involves the flower and cloud pet, and is also somehow connected to the bathroom. Well, water, actually, that makes sense. Paul then goes to run into the tub, but the footage cuts, and we see the main menu, and then another demo. In the loading screen to the demo, we see what looks like a building, and one of the textures on the wall is like a picture of a girl, or at least some sort of feminine-like character. The demo footage almost feels like we're seeing the perspective of the cars that drive down the road, but not at Mach 10 and at 3 frames a second. The clock appears to be at 3 o'clock. We then cut to presumably way, way ahead when the car, or whatever spectating thingy-mabob, the camera goes into a wall, and we see the character that Paul would play just sitting out in the Newmaker plane. But the demo text is on the bottom of the screen? They move forward and see Marvin at a bench. And then suddenly, a thing shows up for plugging in player 2 to talk. And suddenly...
Hello, pal. Hell. Hello. Funny.
What? I have no goddamn clue how or why or what this all means. As far as I'm aware, this technology did not exist. But somehow, through controller inputs, these characters are able to talk to each other. But wait a minute, that means that Marvin was playing with somebody. Marvin and whoever this is walks into the school, and we get this loading screen. Presumably, this is what Marvin's character is meant to look like, but it's just so distorted. And you can kind of see it when you flip the face to its side and look at Marvin's head sprite. The game then completely shifts on how it works. What is the most buggy version of a first-person camera angle begins to appear as this person explores the school. Off to the side of the camera is a green version of the tool. As they're exploring, the tool then takes over and just starts moving around. We can't tell if the tool was moving on its own, or if the person playing is putting in some sort of command to cause that. But while exploring, they eventually find a locker that has a combination lock on it. They mess with it, but don't know the code. And then seemingly, the tool tries to do it, but just keeps moving it back and forth. And then suddenly...
What? The hell? That was an experience.
Wait a minute. Ain't Paul repeating himself?
What? The hell? That was an experience. What? hell. That was an experience. I could have sworn I just saw above the bathtub those white blocks with the symbols on them.
Now, every single video that talks about merging timelines uses this as the base for their theory. But I have a different reason on what I think this is. If Paul's family is fine with editing the game and throwing in random clips of demos, what's to say that perhaps, I'm jumping to big conclusions here. What if perhaps we're seeing a replay or demo of whatever Paul is dealing with in the bathroom? And maybe for a second, that white block appeared but glitched. But for the time being, we don't know what the fuck this means. But I do not believe that this is proof that time itself is folding in because some random chucklefuck named Paul decided to go ahead and play a PS1 game. But upon leaving the bathroom, suddenly everything is changed. Where once was a table is now just a bunch of those points and a bucket.
This is a bucket.
Dear God.
There's more.
No.
The Christmas tree is gone and the people don't show up anymore. And on what looks like a bulletin board is a letter.
My husband may come here after 6 p.m. Please stay overnight if you can. Thank you so much.
This implies that Marvin's wife had somebody stay over for some reason. If her husband didn't have proper custody of her kid, then why would he show up? Well, this leads me to believe that Marvin would sometimes, on the days he's not meant to have care, just show up and presumably get into arguments and fights with his wife. And she was probably running an errand or even at work and asked somebody to stay over in the house overnight to probably protect her daughter. This begs the question, though. Who? Well, I'll talk about that in just a minute. But most importantly, the calendars are different. The black one is missing, and the green calendar, which is still 1997, only shows up to June 5th, the day that Care went missing. Paul then enters a bedroom which was previously unable to be entered, and inside of it,
another Care.
is Care A, but around her is this weird cube, and Paul can't interact with her or catch her. And above her is a window AC that is shaking a whole hell of a lot. Paul, having no idea what to do, goes outside of the house and tries to explore it.
Well, we're free now, that's good. I'm interested in this window. I don't really know what to do, but if we could, come in through the window. I don't know if that's a thing. I don't know, there's something I missed in here. I don't think so. It's a fun thing. Fun thing that just happened. I didn't do that. Also can't, yeah. That's fun. I don't know, I mean, I know it. I know what it wants me to do now.
Paul realizes the game wants him to wait. So he waits.
What? Uh-oh.
Care left the room. And just like that, the room is back to normal. What this is seeming to imply is that around 6:15, either AM or PM, Marvin broke through Care's window AC and kidnapped her, and then presumably dragged her off to the school basement. This scene, with the context of what Marvin did to his daughter, is so incredibly fucked. Care's mother is so terrified and worried of her ex-husband coming over, she's had to beg someone to stay overnight just to make sure her daughter is safe. And either that person didn't show up or was sleeping like a log because Care was kidnapped. However, who exactly was the one that was meant to watch over Care? Well, I have a theory, and I'm pretty damn certain of it. Rainer knows so much about the nitty-gritty details of Care's disappearance, of the layout of Marvin's house, about the school. I think that Rainer was the one staying overnight. And this truly does make why Rainer is so asinine to Marvin makes so much sense. He witnessed this man kidnap a girl. And combine that with Mike being lost in a car accident, and presumably Mike being close to him, he probably snapped and turned what was meant to be a PG chipper game into this. It makes the story feel so fucked up. This is a family that is in utter shambles, that is barely hanging on together, and we are witnessing it through the perspective of a game made by a witness. Stuff like this is why I love Petscop and think that the whole time merging thing gets rid of the just disturbingness of the story. So many of the horrific details are for you to put together yourself, and just imagining that falling apart marriage between Marvin and his wife is truly depressing. Look, don't get me wrong, Marvin is the villain of Petscop. There's no way around that. But, and this is with any relationship that goes south, in the beginning, Marvin's wife and him were presumably really in love. Now granted, Marvin may have been a piece of shit and only married her because he believed in this rebirth thing so long ago. And if that is the case, that makes the relationship feel like grooming. He groomed this woman into thinking that he loves her so much, that he wants to spend the rest of his days with her, that he cares for her just so much that he is willing to put that ring on her finger, only for him to be able to go ahead and try to rebirth his childhood friend, who is also that person's presumably dead sister. Marvin is a disgusting, horrid man, and I swear to God, so many Petscop videos overlook that when talking about the greater picture. They get so focused on talking about merging timelines, they forget to look at the grooming, child abuse, manipulation. I mean, let's go back to Tiara for a second, looking at Marvin in such a negative light, and also because I like hounding on this character because he's a piece of shit. Tiara was presumably another victim of his, possibly another child who, before or after the marriage, he tried to rebirth into his childhood friend again. That poor person had to have probably gone through a hellish nightmare just like Care, and presuming what we see of them as their ghost, it even killed them. Anyway, enough gushing about this series. I fucking love the storyline. Paul goes to leave, but sees Marvin running around the house. Marvin runs through one of the doors, and because his character can't open doors, Paul can't go after Marvin. So Paul decides to go on ahead and go outside. And where once was just the wall that had an AC, now is a ladder, allowing him to go ahead and capture Care A, just like the way Marvin did. Paul quickly goes ahead and reads Care A's description, and it reads as follows.
When the emergency began, you were all looking for Care A. I told you all, we can never find Care A. When Care A goes missing, she goes missing forever. My brother didn't want us to find him because he knew we were all looking for Michael A. I'm back. This is my present for you. I started it in 1996 for Marvin. If you think they're worth any effort, see if you can save Care B or Karen LM. Care B is in the school, of course. Fuck you all, and fuck me as well. Merry Christmas. Check your bathroom now.
Michael was Rainer's brother. While we don't know who caused the car crash, it was definitely enough to send him into psychosis. Not to mention, the poor bastard was also there when Care A was kidnapped, and looking back at Karen L.N.'s description, this makes it about 50 times more depressing. You're the new maker. You can fix this. Now, I'm using subtitles again, so yell at me. In the soundtrack is a song named Bathroom Tomb. Now, I think this present, unless Rainer just left a giant fucking turd in their bathroom, I think this present was his dead body. After having been through so much, losing his brother, and presumably spending a good chunk of his time making this game into what it is now, he didn't see the point in living anymore. This game was his final fuck you to the family, and he killed himself the same day he gave it to them. And presumably, it was that Christmas in the year 2000. However, something more important here that I think kind of paints the picture of why Rainer hates Marvin so much is the date where he started, quote-unquote, making Petscop into a game for Marvin. Rainer lost his brother in 1995. Kara got kidnapped in 1997. He started work on this game in 1996. This means the kidnapping of Kara isn't what sent him into doing this. Presumably, Michael was the one that sent him into doing this, but why would he hate Marvin? Why would he do all this? Granted, Marvin's a terrible fucking human being, no doubt about that, but as far as we're aware, Rainer isn't necessarily connected to the family. Well, this leads me to my theory. I think that whoever ran over Michael was Marvin. Whether it was on purpose, an accident, we don't know. But I think that Marvin ran over Michael and was the cause of Michael's death. We don't know Michael's exact date of death. For all we know, it could have been very late into 1995. And so thus, by the time he started working on Petscop, it could have been 1996. This means that Rainer added this whole thing about Kara getting kidnapped, presumably in 1997, and by the time he gave him the game, it was 2000. Now, I could be completely wrong. And the reason that he actually is making this game to shit talk and show the horrible things about Marvin is because he hates Marvin for doing what he did, which is perfectly understandable. It just leaves you to wonder what happened in 1996 specifically to make him do that. It could have just been the way that Marvin was treating his wife at the time, the way he treated his daughter, the way he treated other people in the family, the way he treated Rainer. Maybe that was why he made the game into what it is, and everything after was just additional shit for him to talk about. Anyway, let's get back to the video. Paul then brings up some info about Rainer.
I saw him at a birthday party once. All the older kids were down in the basement playing video games, hide from everyone. He was down there too. He was older than the rest of them though.
Now, it's kind of presumed that Rainer was there to just kind of babysit, but with what we know about this family, I think Rainer was there to help the younger people of the family just kind of hide while issues were being sorted. Paul goes to the bathroom, but finds nothing. We then cut back to the demo and see the person playing wander into a classroom with Marvin. But before speaking to Marvin, the loading screen seems to show a piano with some sort of circle on it and a PlayStation controller in the circle hanging on the piano.
Play music for baby. She will become melody.
Paul then acquires the Needles piano.
Thanks.
They then go ahead and begin to play, and once again yell at me for using subtitles, but the song they play is called Care's Melody.
Lovely. Lovely. She tripped and fell and is lost. Stop. Sorry. Tiara plays bad music too. Do it right next time. Sad. Okay, pal.
And the video ends. This video has told us so much. We know about the date that Care went missing. We finally get, while not legitimate footage of her being kidnapped, heavy symbolization of her being kidnapped. We learn who Michael is. We learn that Marvin and his wife did in fact divorce. This divorce leading to the kidnapping. Paul and Care apparently share a very close resemblance, are the exact same age. And what the fuck was with that bathroom scene? What was that? I'll get back to this scene later. I know I've said that like 5 million times about so much shit that I'll come back to this later. But I will come back to this later. Howdy. We made it quite far in this, so I think it's, we deserve a little bit of a break. But I want to take a moment to talk about a few ideas I have right now and to just summarize the story as we understand it currently. So, from what we can gather, this is the current timeline. In 1977, Marvin, his friend, and that friend's sister went to a windmill. There, they took a photo of Marvin and his friend in front of the windmill. A second photo was taken, quote-unquote, minutes later, and it was just Marvin. No windmill, no friend. Later on in life, Marvin and his friend's sister would get married. Off to the side of this family was another family going on, the Hammond family. The brother of Rainer, Michael Hammond, passed away, presumably from a car crash from what we can gather. This left him severely distraught, as we see with the Toneth description. Rainer presumably knew this family and had some sort of connection to it. How that connection works, we don't know yet. A year after Michael's passing, he started work on the game for Marvin, presumably modifying and distorting the game. Now, going off the fact that he started this work for Marvin prior to the actual events of Care's kidnapping, this leaves me to believe that Marvin might have been the one to run over Michael. Maybe on purpose or accidentally. Either way, it was enough to cause Rainer to distort the game into what it is now. In 1997, or maybe even 1996, Marvin and his wife got a divorce, most likely due to his obsession of trying to get his daughter to become his best friend again. June 5th of that year, Marvin would break into the house and kidnap Care and hold her in the school basement for 6 months. She would eventually go ahead and break away. Christmas of that same year, Rainer would go ahead and give the family Petscop for the first time. According to the family, or the people in charge of the channel, he then would go missing. Rainer would return to the family in the year 2000, giving them the game Petscop, and presumably, judging by the few hints we have, killed himself in their bathroom. Eventually, in the year 2004, ownership of the game then went to Paul's mom. And then eventually, Paul found the game. Here we are now. From what I understand, this is what I think is the current timeline of events of Petscop. At least with the evidence we have. I wanted to make this little break area because Petscop's story is so complex and full of so many names that I feel like just having a little summary area like this would help out. Now, let's try to talk about some of the things we don't understand here and try to put some guesses together. Who is Paul's friend? We don't know. They are seemingly familiar with the game, possibly being a playtester back in the day, but that's about all we really know. Tiara is seemingly a victim of Marvin trying to rebirth somebody into his best friend. This shows us that whatever process he does to try to rebirth people can cause death, and if it wasn't death, maybe he just let them starve to death in the school basement. And in this rebirth process, to punish Tiara for not doing it correctly, he stabs them with this sharp object, which in-game is referred to as the tool. Next up, let's talk about that bathroom scene. How the hell did Paul say the same thing twice? Did he just repeat himself and he just managed to duplicate his exact wording? I mean, it's easy to say the same thing twice. but I don't think it's that. What I think is going on here is we're seeing not necessarily a demo, but a recording, or another recording of Paul playing the game. The family who is in charge seemingly is fine with throwing in random clips of demos here and there. Perhaps what we saw there was the demo or recording of Paul initially playing. And then it cuts to perhaps the final video? Who knows, but I doubt it involves merging timelines. I think it is the family behind the Petscop channel kind of trying to fuck with us. And if that's the case, we gotta start taking stuff with a lot of salt. We don't know what to trust anymore if the family's willing to just manipulate footage. Alright, I think that was enough of a break. Let's go ahead and move on to the next video, which came out 1 month after Petscop 11. Petscop 12. Petscop 12 begins with a demo recording. We see whoever the player is just running around the quitter's room. The clip then jumps to them walking into the room and seeing this. A version of the game's character with a red triangle seemingly for a head. Wait. Oh no. This pyramid head, much like Tiara, just mimics the person in the other side. And a group of way smarter fans pointed this out. The movement of this other character is identical to the way that Paul moved in Petscop 10. Wait a minute. If these demos are meant to be like previews or bits of old gameplay, why is this newer clip here? And wait a minute, hold on. Does that mean that's what Paul looks like? Well, this is what leads to a very interesting fact about these little demo segments. With the exception of the segments that have the person playing being called Pal, which are presumably Paul's recordings, but uploaded, but probably without his consent by the current people in charge of the channel. All other recordings, the person playing sees themselves as the normal character. What we are presumably seeing is Tiara's point of view from Petscop 10. Eventually, Tiara goes to leave the room and collides with, presumably, Paul. But in Petscop 10, we never saw this. We also see that Tiara has been in that room for so long that the 3 pieces or points that they collect are the first ever 3 they've grabbed. Eventually, Tiara keeps on running around and exploring, and then suddenly...
Hi, Belle. You're free. I left these messages for you to look at, in case you were ever rescued. So, while you walk around looking for something to do, I'll come up periodically. When the messages run out, I'll be out of your hair forever and ever.
Okay, wait, if these were just NPCs, then why would any of this be happening? What? And what's with this new name drop? Belle. I thought this was presumably Tiara by the hints we had. Unless I've just been wrong this whole time and Tiara is a different person. And you know what? Fair enough. Maybe I've just been using the wrong name. For now, let's call them Belle.
You've apparently been running Petscop non-stop for 553,758,221 seconds. Or 153,822 hours. That looks dubious to me. What do you think?
Now, when we translate that time, we get a grand total of almost 18 years. I'm sorry, what? I thought the whole, characters talking in the demos was weird. I beg your fucking pardon? That would mean that this person has been playing the game since the year 2000, which was also the last year that Rainer gave the game to the family and presumably died. Look, alright, I like playing video games for a long time. I've had some pretty damn long Risk of Rain 2 runs. But 18 years? You know, the whole thing I thought about earlier about them being a ghost, I genuinely might think this is true, and this is one of my main bits of evidence for this. Whoever Belle is must be a ghost that died in the year 2000. Because how the hell could a person play a video game for 18 years?
Are you still sitting on a chair? Can you still look around the room? Is there still a room? This is the child library. You are not family, so I didn't add your traits to the face system.
Okay, well that adds a whole other can of worms about Belle. I assume this means that they're not at all related to Raynard or care, but it feels a bit odd that Rainer felt the need to mention this. What exactly is his definition of family? Belle eventually goes ahead and finds Marvin. And once again, much more smarter fans than me notice that Marvin in this sequence moves exactly like how he did in Petscop 11. Which means Belle was there, but no one saw them. Belle goes ahead and follows Marvin, and where Marvin would normally go into the school, they just freeze. He's just stuck there. It almost feels like the reason that Belle may not be able to interact or see everything is because of what Rainer mentioned. They're not a part of the family.
Happy birthday, Belle. I
didn't do that jump cut, by the way. That just happens. Presumably the channel owners messing with things. And after this, we hear some interesting things from Rainer.
I'm calling you Belle because that's who you are. You might be confused as to what happened. I was overeager before, and started calling you Tiara prematurely. I created a space in the menu for you, still unused now. Then, I put you inside the machine, and played the second movement of Stravinsky's septet on the needles. I played it wrong, but that would have been okay. If you hadn't given up halfway, you would have been Tiara. That is not what happened, and now I'm gone.
So, you remember how earlier I kind of theorized that it seems like Marvin was this big believer in rebirth, and that caused his family to fall apart? Well, apparently Rainer is no fucking better. Now, assuming that Tiara... Hold up, actually, let's talk about that for a second. Are these the same people? What? Are we just kind of like dead-naming some poor person right now? Okay, but anyway, whoever this Belle is seemingly the same Tiara that we heard about earlier. So this is Tiara, but it's also not Tiara. Whatever this means, Belle was presumably put through a machine, presumably the same machine mentioned in the whole thing about Marvin in the school basement, and they played this. That song we heard back in Petscop 7 was that song. But apparently Rainer messed up. And because Belle gave up halfway, they didn't become Tiara? But that right there actually explains one thing. Which I know that's not a lot, but in a series this big, one explanation goes a long way. The reason they're in the quitter's room is because they gave up on the process of being rebirthed. Now, granted, maybe this isn't rebirth, but the mention of a machine, music being played, and just the fact that there's another person trying to become another person, you know, I don't know about you, it's a little bit too much of a coincidence. By the way, sorry for not talking about that demo recording earlier. I should have talked about it. I'm too far into editing to adjust the entire video timeline to cram in a few seconds of audio, so, but anyway, this explains actually a bit about that recording. Tiara isn't good at playing music, and this is what caused Tiara to become Belle, or for Belle to stay as Belle. What the fuck? I'm not joking when I say with the exception of Karen Paul, this is probably the most complex character. So, this shows us that Belle was a victim of rebirth, and presumably from Rainer's hands. Unless there's some sort of big old plot twist up ahead that actually was Marvin co-developing the game and this was Marvin talking. This means that Rainer tried to rebirth someone. This leaves me to wonder if perhaps Marvin just took inspiration, or even Rainer took inspiration. But let's be honest here, if Rainer was to rebirth somebody into anybody, wouldn't it be Mike, his dead brother? Maybe he just doesn't care about his brother, and you know what, if that's the case, this is really turning Petscop into that one meme where it's like a homeless man calling another homeless man a broke ass. Just replace homeless man with mentally ill man. We're essentially seeing a man who tried to rebirth this random person into another person, shit talk a equally as fucked up guy for trying to do the same thing. Okay, let's go ahead and give Rainer a chance here, because as far as we're aware, he didn't, kidnap a child and bring them to a school basement. Maybe his process of rebirthing was actually calmer, more tame. Maybe the machine wasn't bad at all, and maybe Belle just was uncomfortable. Almost like it was some sort of alternative medicine situation, where Marvin was a bit less kind. And I think when Rainer says, "and now I'm gone," that has about two different meanings. One, it's presumably the last message he ever sent to Belle in this recording, and two, this video came out in 2018. Belle's been playing the game for 18 years. What do we think happened in the year 2000 to Rainer? So, Petscop 12 changes a lot about the story. We now know that this Tiara person was originally somebody named Belle, but they're still being called Belle by the game and other people, and this Belle has been playing the game for nearly 18 years, and Rainer was seemingly a believer in rebirth and even tried to rebirth Belle into Tiara. However, we don't know exactly if this rebirth process was painful, abusive, or, hell, maybe calming. But for the time being, Rainer is starting to seem a lot less trustworthy, and you know what, that's beginning to become a running theme now that I think about it. We can't trust the recordings because the family's messing with the channel. We can't trust Marvin because he's a piece of shit. We can't trust Rainer because he does the same shit Marvin does. This is what I believe kind of leads to Petscop having so many interpretations, because everybody in this story is a liar. It's really a game of which lie sounds the most realistic. Now, let's go ahead and try to look at this in a bit more of a paranormal light, because it's starting to seem more and more like the paranormal is in this series. Presumably Belle died at some point, maybe in the year 2000, maybe even the rebirth process killed them, and that's what giving up really was. Their ghost has been stuck in this game for a long time, and the ghost is seemingly trying to say that Marvin's ghost, or whatever this representation of Marvin is in the game, maybe it's an NPC, is trying to hurt them. This poor person, who is probably a child, judging by how long they've been playing and overall the way that they talk, has been left to rot inside this game for nearly 2 decades. And if we're to assume that Belle is a ghost, that might as well mean that Marvin's probably one too. I mean, it would explain how he's able to type or whatever with the controller, and it would explain his weird movements. Movements that I feel are a little bit too complex for an AI to do, especially in the 1990s. So, what we can get from this one, Rainer's kind of weird. Let's go ahead and move on to Petscop 13. Petscop 13 begins and Paul returns. God almighty, thank you! Paul goes ahead and finds out that that bucket he saw earlier can be pushed around, and he manages to push it outside the house.
Looks like we finally made some progress.
Also, for some reason, this footage is a demo recording, not Paul's raw gameplay, a demo. So does this mean the family took the demo and laid the audio of the original clip over it? What? Eventually, Paul brings up a tool that he has to probably use the paint bucket on. We haven't seen this yet, but we find out when Paul goes to a certain point on the road, a different colored version of the tool appears, and this tool seemingly tries to stay with him, or at least on the camera, until he gets to a certain point in which it just kind of is stuck there. And after chasing it to a certain point, it goes up and just comes back down eventually. Paul realizes the bucket actually blocks it when it tries to follow him, and he decides to go ahead and put the bucket underneath this thing. And near this thing is one of the symbols connecting this to even care. Specifically, to this room. Paul eventually gets the tool to fall into the bucket, and we realize that the black inside of the bucket wasn't just to represent nothingness, that was to represent black paint. And now the tool is covered in black paint. Well, look at the house. It's then seemingly just trapped in the bucket, so Paul takes it back to the house. Paul takes it in the house, and it flies out, and now he's earned a few more points. What? But now seemingly there's a speaker there. We then jump cut to Paul and Evencare. He says that this is a whole new save file, and he's trying something.
It might have occurred to you, as it occurred to me, that these rooms are... this room and the house are counterparts because they both have this bucket and they're shaped similarly, so I thought I would try out what we did before. This bucket is no need to move around. This is working out pretty well. And I'm feeling some doubt because this bucket seems way too small. But I should not have felt doubt. Just...
It may have taken 13 videos, but he finally caught Ronith. Also, for some strange reason, the quit game option doesn't appear when he captures Ronith. Like, the option to quit the game is just gone. Ronith's description reads,
Ronith is Tonith's baby half-brother. Because he's younger, he gets to learn from all of Tonith's mistakes. That's why he always looks both ways. He doesn't get into trouble. You won't have to watch him all the time. He's good.
Combined with the mention of
Ronith
and looking both ways, yeah, the theory that Michael died via a car crash is only getting further heightened. We then see Paul go ahead and capture Amber. And he's now finally captured all the pets in Even Care. All of the pets that are available in the normal game.
Congratulations, you caught every pet in Even Care. Aside from Tonith, who isn't here yet. You have seen everything in the game so far, but there will obviously be more. It's a growing organism. Your controller inputs will be very useful, but your feedback will be even more useful. Please leave the PlayStation on when you leave. You can stand up now.
After this, the subtitles say that Paul begins to knock on some glass. Like his monitor? Paul then begins to go ahead and move around in his seat. And the subtitles say, and I shit you not, he opens a car door and shuts it. Is Paul playing this in a fucking car? What? This and the windmill are like the two things I don't understand. All that I can assume is he's like, okay, here's an artist rendition. Here's the car. Here's the Petscop. He's sitting in the car. And the computer's off to the side on a desk. And he's got his controller in his hand. Like, I just... Like, he's in the back, like, Honda Civic, just fucking playing Petscop. I genuinely have no clue why the fuck Paul was in a car. But, yeah, the video ends there. So, we may have not exactly been told anything, but there's some interesting things to note. Mainly that description at the end. Your inputs will be useful, and that the game is a growing organism. Maybe because this is a kid's game, it was to make the child playtesters be like, oh my gosh, wow, but I don't know, the phrasing feels off. And your inputs will be useful? I have a theory about that, actually. We have seen this character, Belle, and presumably Marvin, using controller input. From what we saw in Belle's demo, Belle moved around and interacted with the game like a player. Does that mean we're seeing recordings of people who have played this game in the past? And while that sounds like a good theory, you look at the Quitters room scene in Petscop 12 and that completely throws it down the drain. Because how the hell would Belle be able to do the same exact movement as Paul? This is leading me to believe that these are ghosts utilizing whatever this whole using detecting inputs method is, using that to haunt the game. I mean, it gives us a logical reason behind the whole thing of ghosts. Anyway, before we go to Petscop 14, a few tiny interesting changes happened to the channel. Nothing major. The channel description smiley face went to a frowny face for 30 minutes on April 1st. I don't know how the hell Petscop fans managed to document that, but also they found out that these people move the exact same way. I would have never fucking noticed that. On June 27th, the description was changed to state that Paul is okay, and a compilation of his attempts are going to be uploaded later. Well, that compilation came out in July, and we saw Petscop 14 and 15. Petscop 14 begins with the color green.
Trayvon, just go to the office.
What'd I do?
Just go to the office.
What'd I do?
Go, just go.
What?
We eventually cut to recording of some sort of demo. We see somebody running around in a bedroom, which looks similar to the house. There are 2 beds, one blue, one green. Near the blue bed is what looks like tapes or photos, and near the green bed is a windmill. When interacting with the windmill, the following text pops up.
This windmill vanished off the face of the earth. Here's a similar puzzle. For you, Marvin. There are 2 pictures of a door. In the first picture, the door is closed. In the second picture, taken later, the door is open. Nobody opened the door. The door did not open itself. The door, in fact, did not open at all. What happened?
Now, for some reason, a lot of people view this as evidence for the whole thing about alternate timelines. However, I just view it as a riddle. I know I've been looking super deep and analyzing every little detail, but I don't know if you noticed, this is a bit of a puzzle game. That feels like looking at, like, Portal 2 and somehow saying the puzzles are related to, like, the effects of communism. Like, brother, it's a puzzle game. Of course there's going to be puzzles and riddles. We then cut back to Paul's gameplay. This time, not a demo recording.
I can't just wait. Thankfully, I have been suddenly inspired by an idea that is, in a way, similar to the idea that brought me to this house.
So, once again, Paul shows how smart he is, and mentions how, in order to go into this room, he's going to do what he did to find this house. Which, this also explains how he found the house. He apparently just pretended something was there even though he couldn't see it. Doing this, he was able to find the house. And he's going to do the same thing in order to go into the bedroom. And as he talks, a demo is overlaid on screen, showing a version of the room with the door open. And we eventually find out that, on Paul's end, he's just running around in a corner. But when playing back the demo, he's able to see that he actually was in the room and interacting with things. The door did not open, but he found a way in.
I happen to know what this room looks like because I saw it in a demo recording just today. And you can see it too. I assume it will be up on the family YouTube along with this video that I'm recording right now.
Wait. The family YouTube. Now look, as far as I'm aware, there is no second channel to add onto this series, but according to this, there is a second channel run by the family that also uploads these clips. Does that mean Care's family? Paul's family? The person who died in the windmill's family? It's brought up so casually, and that's one of the things with Petscop that I really like trying to put together, is just like groundbreaking info is presented like it's fact. And that's because this series was initially made for one person to view, and it kind of sticks to that theme. Also, as you may have noticed, there is something on the wall that's censored. Most likely the people running the channel, presumably the family, censoring it.
What do I do next? If I were in this room right now, would I want to go to the thing that Marvin didn't look at.
Hold on, pause again. Marvin didn't look at that? Wait, does that mean that was Marvin's demo? Well, to be fair, we've seen Belle's recordings and know that Belle was running around, so it's only fair to assume that Marvin was running around, and presumably his recordings then became whatever this is. Anyway, I'm gonna let the video play for a little bit and just let this section kind of speak for itself for a second.
You can see what the room looks like in that recording. On the right side, there's a windmill. I don't have it in front of me right now. I should. I want to go to the thing that Marvin didn't look at. So I'm going to go to the right, and I think, so if I go to the right, God, I think I went a little too far, actually. The problem is that it's a kind of a branching point. I could stop, I could be blocked by the beds, or I could keep going past the bed to the other side of the room. So I could actually be on either side of the room right now. Up. Just keep going up. There will be a question mark that appears that will let me go and do something. And if I press X, something will happen.
When Paul presses X, we see what looks like discs inside of picture frames. and all of them are at different angles. Paul assumes that in the demo recording there's a bunch of text, so he just starts spamming the X button, and we see him interact with the first disc.
Press X a bunch of times to get through all the text.
And it just sits there as he spams the button, assuming that for all he knows there's a whole book of text. After spamming X a bunch, he just decides to go ahead and basically assault his controller with random button inputs.
So the next thing I can think to do is just press buttons randomly and chaotically, and hopefully we'll, see some results. So I'm doing that right now. I don't know if you can hear that.
Doing this causes him to go back and out and move as he tries to go ahead and just see what happens when the demo is inevitably shown back to him, and he just interacts and opens up different versions of the disc. Also, we find out that Paul has a cat.
Cat, what are you doing? Stupid.
And as Paul does this, he begins to hum a familiar tune.
Yeah.
You don't recognize it? This might help.
Yeah.
Now this means one of two things. Either that was a recording of Paul playing, but all the gameplay we've seen with the person talking doesn't seem to be Paul, or he's familiar with that song outside of the game.
Playing this game too fucking much. Okay.
We see another attempt from Paul, and as he's trying to make progress, he brings up something interesting. Apparently in Petscop 13, that whole video was the demo recording because he lost the original footage, but he still had the demo recording. However, Paul was able to keep the audio, meaning that he records the audio and video footage separate. So this means that those demos I talked about earlier actually might be Paul's gameplay, and for some reason the audio is just removed. But the demo recording, according to him, didn't show what happened in the actual recording. The text at the end, according to him, did not say, "Congratulations, you've collected every pet." To him, it said something else. Apparently there were the same number of text boxes, but what was in the text boxes was not this whole big congratulations. So this means what we see in demo recordings doesn't really reflect exactly what we see in the proper gameplay. Our first real clue of this was when Belle found Marvin taking the same route he took when he was trying to follow whoever to the school, and after a bit, Marvin just froze because in the actual gameplay, he entered the school. So the demos show things that were not there before. Now look, I'm no PlayStation 1 technology expert, but I don't think that should be technically fucking possible. I think there might be something paranormal at play here. I'll get into what I think it is, but for the time being, we don't really know what could be causing this. But Paul basically explains that all of that is what's led him to this whole thing of trying to explore the room by pretending the door is open. Paul goes ahead and just keeps messing around with the controls, and he lands on one of the pictures, and instead of playing the normal sound effect, it plays a different one. We then see in this next attempt, Paul is trying to do something a bit interesting and something I personally would have never even thought to try. Paul tries to pretend that he can push the bucket into the room, and we see in the recording that he's able to do this and pushes the bucket up against the blue bed. We then see in another attempt that when going over to the other side of the room after pushing the bucket in, it shows up and a paint roller appears and starts to paint over the wall and covers whatever was censored. Doing this, he gets a key, and this key opens that door at the side of the living room.
Alright, now we're on the scary part. 1, 2... Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7...
After a long-ass moment of hearing a choir sing, we cut to the Garalina logo, like the game just reset, but it's crooked. When Paul goes ahead and boots up the game again, he finds that his save file has now been renamed, and the 2 other spares are gone. His current save file was just now named Strange Situation.
It deleted my files.
When loading his file, the house looks completely different. There's signs outside, one with care, another with a birthday cake, and a whole bunch of arrows just pointing to the house. When entering the house, the tone has completely shifted.
You made it! Happy birthday! Why are you covering your face? Oh.
The house is no longer shrouded in darkness. There's birthday balloons everywhere. Even the character is now made to look like he's celebrating the birthday. There's a birthday cake on the table, and the text, going off the color, appears to be Care's mom. And as Paul goes around the house and interacts with things, he gets more and more messages that appear to be from Care's mom, directed at Care.
Of course I recognize you. Those eyes, that nose, that's still you. Go ahead and have a slice. Oh, don't worry about those.
As Paul goes around and explores, he interacts with the calendar, and we see that on November 12th is a birthday cake, meaning that Care's birthday was on November 12th, 2 days after she escaped from Marvin's captivity.
I sure hope you've realized by now. It doesn't matter how long you've been gone. It doesn't matter how much you've changed. You aren't lost. Stop wandering and come home.
That last part, it fucks with me. Up to this point, am I really getting teary-eyed? Jesus fucking Christ. Up to this point, this entire scene has seemingly just been Care's mom talking to her daughter at a birthday party. But this little bit of dialogue seems to hint this is her talking to herself, celebrating Care's birthday without Care. Here's something we kind of got to think about with Care's kidnapping that up to this point didn't really matter. She may have escaped from Marvin on the 10th, but when did she get back home? And I believe that this scene is on her birthday of that year, her mother just pretending that she's there. And like, that is just so depressing and fucked up. The idea that she's sitting there with a birthday cake, waiting and pretending like her daughter's there, just... Oh my god, yeah, now I know why I'm getting teary-eyed, because it's so fucking depressing. And that kind of makes this whole thing of Paul having to pretend things are there go from just feeling like a simple puzzle to depressing symbolism. Paul has to act like Care's mother and pretend that something's there when it's not. There's a door that's shut, a door that's open, but the door never did open. Paul then goes to the red calendar and goes to check something. He realizes this calendar is either 1995, the date that Michael died, or it's 2017.
Getting that bad feeling again.
Care, are you okay? You ran straight into the door. Did you think it was open? Oh, poor baby.
The chipper tone is gone. It's completely faded away. Paul goes to interact with the photos on the desk, but they're just pitch black. He can't see a thing. And when he stops interacting with it...
Where is the disc? Where are the discovery pages? What are you talking about? What disc? Discovery pages? Jill, stop fucking ignoring me. Get in here and show me where that disc is. Jill. No, Care. This is Mommy. This is your mommy, sweetie. I'm right here in front of you. There's no one else here. What are you looking at? What's over there? Care, can't you hear me? Can't you see me waving? Snap out of it. Care, where are you going?
I think... I think that was based off of a conversation that I had last year on my birthday.
This scene literally changes everything. Most things in this series can be explained by, oh, it's just the game doing that. Oh, it's just some guy under psychosis saying random shit. This, oh my god. This is an entire conversation, according to Paul, from 2017. How in the hell, if not the conversation, at the bare minimum, based off it? And also, there's that name drop, Jill. And apparently, Jill is not Care's mother. But also, and this has happened multiple times now, Care and Paul were being treated as the same person. Or at least, they seem to be related, or like some sort of connection. And we've seen this before. Paul refers to the room using Care's face, but Mike's eyebrows as his room. He says that Care and him are the exact same age and have the exact same birthday. Now, a lot of people view this scene when it comes to the whole... when it comes to the whole merging timeline bullcrap, that this is Care saying something that Paul said in 2017, and we're seeing how the past is being distorted by the present, and all this crap, because... somehow, because I mean, how else would a person, you know, be mistaken for somebody else when they are not that person? Well, you read the title, right? I think that Paul is Care in the future after transitioning. I don't think that Paul and Care are two people from merging timelines, merging in through a fucking PlayStation 1 game somehow. I think they're the same person. By that, I mean that Care was once Care, but then transitioned into Paul later in life. Now, what I'm going to say is going to make it sound like I'm trying to deflect criticism, but I'm not. I could be very, very much wrong about what I'm saying, but this is from my own experience. But I can kind of maybe understand why Paul or Care transitioned. I've never brought it up in a video before because I just didn't feel the need to, but about a year or two ago, I had the thought about transitioning. I didn't go through with it though. I concluded that I'm fine being a guy. But the main reason I thought about it was because I felt like I wasn't a man. I wasn't what I should be. I was not what I'm being told other men are like. I felt like I acted so feminine that I should just be a woman, but I concluded, fuck it, I'm just a really feminine guy. And we don't have the details about how the rebirthing process goes. But imagine being a young child and being told by your father, you are not Care. You are actually my friend from my childhood. You are not you. You are not who you think you are. Being told that at such a young age could have caused Care to later in life decide that they're not Care and transition into Paul. Now, one would go ahead and probably reasonably bring up, well, how come Paul doesn't seem to notice the fact that he's Care, or all these references to Care? Well, I have another story in mind. Not to get into details, but when I was way younger and my family was having custody issues, I went through some shit. I'm not going to go into detail, but I went through some shit. And some of the things I went through, I did not know about until it was brought up to me later in life. My memory just blocked it, pretended it didn't happen, like it wasn't there until it was brought back up by my family, and even then I forgot it happened still, but now I knew it did. Care, at that young age, went through so much terror that a child should never go through. Being kidnapped, having to go through whatever the hell this rebirth process is, probably trying to find her way out and escaping, being terrified, and being told by her father that you are not you. Some people, to trauma, will simply just respond by blocking it out. Their memory just forgets. It becomes suppressed. Now, I know what I'm saying sounds extreme, to just suddenly assume that Paul is Care, but there has been so many hints, and this scene right here is a big hint. And like I mentioned in the intro, I think this whole thing of merging timelines is dumb. And once again, I'm going to sound woke for this, but I just think that focusing on Petscop being a story about merging timelines really just puts everything that's happened up to this point in the back. It feels like most Petscop videos out there that try to focus more on this whole thing of merging timelines kind of just put everything about child abuse and child trauma in the background. I'm not going to name any names, but a lot of Petscop videos I've seen basically boil down to this. Yeah, Marvin's a kind of shitty guy, but anyway, let's talk about that whole thing about doors and being closed and open, and then they'll yap for like 50 fucking minutes about that one quote. I feel like trying to look at Petscop without the merging timeline bullshit honestly creates a much more horrifying story. Because if Paul is Care, which this is the only realistic explanation behind this kind of stuff, then that completely flips the horror of this series into a new direction. Paul is being heavily encouraged by somebody, possibly even his own family, to play a game that shows his dead name, that shows recreations of traumatic events he's been through, and not only events that he's been through, but everybody else in the family. And presuming that they're seeing this, you know, with the whole mentions of the family channel, then this series becomes a whole new level of disturbing. Earlier, I talked about how it seems like even though the people making Paul upload these videos don't want to have the world see what's going on, they're still making him play. And I think it's a little bit of morbid curiosity. I mean, let's go off the idea that we have that Rainer is dead. They're essentially seeing a dead man's words. And I believe they're trying to find the rest of this dead man's words for comfort, for a conclusion to all the things that has happened in the past. That's why I believe that they want Paul to play this game. Because they want to see a conclusion to the story of the things they've been through. Not realizing that they're basically making Paul go through his suppressed trauma. And to me, that is so much more gut-wrenching, horrifying, and scary than some bullshit about worlds and time colliding into each other. That, to me, is about 50 times more horrifying. And that is why I can't lie, I wanted to make this video. This moment alone in the series is why I wanted to make this video. Anyway, I've been yapping for way too long. Let me shut up and just talk about the rest of the scene.
If it wasn't just a coincidence, then that means I'm getting pranked, but I don't know how that magic trick works exactly. Game froze. I have to call Jill right now. Trapped.
Let's talk about that Jill for a second. Firstly, Jill is not Care's mother. Care's mother points out that no, this is your mother. So that means that Jill is someone else. And going off what I'm stating about Paul, I kind of wonder if perhaps this is like an aunt. Or maybe it's his friend who he's been talking about. I mean, that would make it weird to call your mother your friend. Yeah, okay, that last one's probably not the case. But it would appear that at the bare minimum, Jill is a family member of sorts. And possibly even one of the people running this whole channel now. I mean, we know that the family is trying to run this channel seemingly. So maybe Jill is one of the people behind it all? For the time being, we don't know a lot about Jill. As Paul goes ahead and reloads his save, he mentions how he tried Googling if one can rewrite a CDR.
And the internet's response to that question was, "You idiot. You fucking idiot. What are you doing?" Some things you can't rewrite. So I'm in the garage now.
and in the garage is a computer. And then Paul drops another bombshell.
This is the website. For some reason, it's in the game on a computer screen.
And when you look, you can see that one of the pages is named Petscop Discovery Pages. Presumably, this is a website where Paul's findings are being uploaded. And if that is the case, this is once again the game taking something from current day and putting it into the game.
I have no idea what's going on anymore. What even is this?
Paul attempts to re-enter the bedroom, but the game once again freezes.
Fuck.
And with that, Petscop 14 ends. This is like one of my 2 favorite videos in the series. Now, the big question is, how in the hell did this happen? And there's only really one logical, quotation marks, answer I can think to this. The paranormal. This entire time I have been kind of assuming that Belle is a ghost, that whatever we see of Marvin may even be Marvin's ghost. Well, what about Rainer? I mean, from what we can gather, Rainer is presumably dead. And so, going off that Rainer is dead, what if? And this sounds so cheesy, but in reality, I think it's actually kind of creepy. What if the more weird shit that can't really be explained is Rainer's ghost doing this? While Marvin was the intended player, and this game was basically meant to shit-talk Marvin, as we saw in Petscop 11, Rainer seemingly hated the whole family. And so what if, out of spite and anger, his ghost is haunting this game to try to keep spiting and hating the family? What if they're even aware about what's going on with the channel, and that's why his ghost is doing all this? And this can be viewed in one of 2 ways. One a bit wholesome, the other not so much. Rainer is so angry and disgusted at the family, possibly their inaction, or their lack of response to Kara's kidnapping or Michael's death, and so out of anger, that is why he is haunting the game and doing this. Or what if the other option is he's trying to only yell at the family, but not Paul? Going off my idea that Kara and Paul are the same person, quite literally, then that would mean that I believe Rainer is basically trying to yell at the family to try to convince them to stop letting Paul play the game. I know we're jumping to big conclusions with this episode, but this episode literally changes everything that we understand. So, from what we can gather from this, Paul and Kara are the same person. And this right here is our confirmation. Rainer's ghost is seemingly the one causing all these weird things to occur, because there is literally no other explanation as to how a 2017 conversation got into a PlayStation 1 game. But after this episode came out Petscop 15, one day later. Petscop 15 begins with another demo recording of whoever this is in the school. The person playing finds a set of stairs and manages to access the 2nd floor of the school. They wander around, picking up points when suddenly they're dragged all the way over to the wall, which back in Petscop 11 we saw as a loading screen. When going near it, this weird jingle plays and we see text pop up saying girl. They go ahead and try to explore some more, collecting some more points, and get dragged back again. And here we can realize something. They're only dragged back when they pick up the piece that resembles a party hat. Eventually, though, they find their way into a classroom with Marvin waiting for them.
Noggin table.
Sit here for the present.
The player sits, Marvin goes behind the board, and then Belle appears.
This is Belle.
I am Tiara, not Belle.
press Nifty. What? Nifty? No. Player 1, press Nifty.
Suddenly, this giant screen shows up, showing a bunch of textures. And according to the subtitles, they've now entered draw mode. And here, they can go ahead and draw pink lines on the textures. They just kind of mess around, drawing random lines, writing hi on a whiteboard texture, and then when they exit, they see that what they've drawn has appeared as these lines. And there, the video ends. Okay, so there's two things I want to talk about. Firstly, this explains how Belle talks to us. And that also explains why earlier in the series, when Belle would take control of Tool, it would take them 900 years to write out a response. Because they have to draw every fucking letter. This is how Belle communicates. Other than whatever this weird controller thing is, but we only see this in the demos. I have to be upfront with you. And then this mention of I'm not Belle, I'm Tiara. Well, who the then who are you? If you're not Belle, then you're Tiara. But you apparently didn't become Tiara, you stayed as Belle. So, what? I just don't have an explanation for that. What? But I want to ask, what even are these demos? I mean, originally it could be assumed that it's just footage of your gameplay being captured, so the developers at Garalina, I forgot about that company, I'm not gonna lie. So that way the developers, Rainer, could go ahead and just be able to look at your gameplay and probably work on the game and figure out bugs, aka playtesting. But in these demos, we see the characters speak in this dialect, and it seems like multiple people are playing. And it begs the question, how did Rainer get all these people to sit down if they really are the players? Assuming that what we're seeing here with Pal represents care, and Belle, Tiara, whoever this figure is, and Marvin are somehow in the same room, connected to the same PlayStation, playing the game. I'm sorry, but like, how would you do that? How would you get a father who kidnapped his daughter, and then a person who is a victim of your own rebirthing process, if we're going off that Rainer tried to rebirth Belle into Tiara, or whatever their name is, I don't know anymore. Yeah, no, I don't know about you, I don't think you could probably get them to all sit in the same room. So this leaves me to wonder if it's ghosts doing this in the demos. I mean, we've been told by Paul that the demos show things that aren't in the normal gameplay. So maybe these messages only appear in the demos, or they were speaking, but to somebody else, because as we've seen, to some people, they don't see the same things. These demos feel kind of paranormal. And after this, we go on to 16, which brings up more questions than answers. Hi, I'm cramming this in because I forgot to mention this. But the day before Petscop 16 came out, the channel's description was changed to just simply recordings of a game. And the profile picture became this. Alright, anyway, now time to actually go ahead and talk about 16. It would appear in the beginning that Paul is AFK inside of the garage. Now, there's a car there, which wasn't there before, and a blank text box. And then, all of a sudden,
no controller input has been detected for a very long time. Family, neighbors, police, or whoever, keep game console running. Call provided phone number.
Now, when this video first came out, I can safely say this jump scare literally got everybody. I don't care who you are, you jumped at this, and if you didn't, you're a liar. But this message feels kind of horrifying almost. Like the game console is begging to not be turned off. Which is funny, because earlier in the series, Belle begged Paul to turn it off. A part of me wonders if somehow, in some way, this is like Rainer's ghost, basically trying to tell whoever is in the room, please for the love of God keep the game running so I can keep on insulting and being hateful to the people I hate. After this, we then see what looks like a map of sorts, and it's titled Burn-In Monitor, Ghost Room aka Testing Room. For those of you who don't know, a burn-in monitor refers to something on a monitor that prevents burn-in. Burn-in is something that occurs when the same image has been on a monitor for way too long and basically causes the pixels to get so stimulated that they're just kind of stuck there and you just kind of have this burn-in of whatever that image was. I'll go ahead and use this German 985 clip as a good example.
So I'm home for the holidays from college, and I decided to watch some Germa vids on my parents' big TV, because I was bored. We've established what's going on. So I microwaved some pizza, and turned it on to this compilation of edits of Germa's faces. When it gets to this face, however, the TV froze. So I tried turning it on and off to restart it, but the TV just won't turn off, and it's stuck on this fucked up image of Germa's face. A couple hours pass, and I don't know why it took me a while, but I finally decided to unplug the TV. And then I realized that the face is permanently burned onto the screen. Like it's just stuck there. My parents aren't back until later in the night, so now I'm freaking out trying to cover the screen so that they don't see the stupid face burned onto their $1,000 TV. What do I do? I don't even understand. Screen burn-in? Remember, the TV burn person updated in the Discord. Please look. Are you serious? Like, you're taking this photo, like, hidden somewhere. Like, look at this. There's no fucking way, dude.
I just really want an excuse to throw in a Germa clip in there because I really love Germa. He's like the one content creator who hasn't done bad shit. So that would imply that this is to prevent burn-in. But then why would it be begging the police to keep the console running? Here we see a red dot being moved around as we hear a loud noise, and see what looks like a room with a piano. Wait a minute, that sounds familiar. What looks like a bed, probably a chair, and a TV. Along with what appears to be an image of Marvin's house in the game. Presumably, these weird noises we're hearing and the red dot moving is vibrations being applied to the controller to kind of alert whoever is away from the console. And also, there's a slip-up with the censored phone number. You see, the family, probably for privacy, censored the phone number. But at this very second, we can see the first 3 digits. 203. The area code for southwestern Connecticut. Well, now we know where Petscop takes place. We eventually see that the controller has seemingly been vibrated either off the bed, or whoever is playing has now grabbed the controller and is heading towards the TV. So, what does this all mean? Does this mean that Paul quite literally can't stop playing the game? Is he being forced to play the game? Or what if, like it says, this is a testing room? Well, why would have a testing room have a bed and a piano? This seemingly implies that Paul can literally not, like, stop playing the game, or else this happens. So, Paul quite literally has to keep playing this game, and maybe he does turn off the console when he's done recording. I would assume he does that. But okay, let's assume that this isn't Paul's room. As a matter of fact, what if that garage that we see in Marvin's house is the car that Paul was in? I mean, you know, if Care and Paul are literally the same person, maybe he still lives with his mom. I mean, going off the fact that Care was probably a young kid back in the 1990s, Paul was probably in like his 20s. And I mean, like, I'm almost 20 and me and my mom live with each other, mainly because I am way too broke to even think about buying a house in this current fucking economy. Now, I have another idea on what this could be, and this would make it more of an old demo recording. But we heard that Belle has been playing the game for 18 years. What if this is Belle? This is Belle's footage. I mean, that would explain why they've been playing the game for 18 fucking years. But this episode, in my opinion, really shows something about Petscop I like, and it's that it scares you with very simple things, such as the fact it's asking even the police to keep the console running, or things like Belle being asked, do you know what room you're in? Is there still a room? Small things like that go a long way in creating the fear and dread that this series has. And with this, we move on to Petscop 17. Before Petscop 17 came out, the channel description was changed again. The description was changed to say this:
some select Petscop recordings. In a way, recordings have the power to raise the dead. They're kinda scary. Currently hunting for hidden content.
Okay, damn, they just said what we were all thinking. Eventually, later, the description was then changed to say, "We finished our long Easter egg hunt." It was most likely changed to this because at that point in time it was April, which was also in the year 2019. Jesus Christ, we're at the 2-year mark in this series. This series goes on into 2020, by the way. I just want to mention that. To be fair, the creator of the series was basically having to create a game to make this series. And on April 4th of that year, the profile picture became this. Anyway, on to 17. We see whoever is recording this footage, presumably Paul, goes into the options and goes to sound test. Now, seeing as Petscop, at some point, was an unfinished game, this is presumably for them to test the sound effects and see what they sound like. But eventually, after going through lots of sounds, they stop on 2 of them. They're both named Care Says, and one says bye-bye, and one says uh-oh. And we get to hear what Care sounds like, or presumably what Care sounds like.
Bye-bye. Uh-oh.
Just giving a voice to Care, in my opinion, reminds you that this was a child that went through all this shit. I'm just gonna let it play. They do this.
Bye-bye. 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 Uh-oh.
Now, I think this may not actually be Paul in this recording. Because look, I can call Paul smart all I want. Literally, how would he have any idea to do this? So, what I think we're actually seeing here is Rainer. We're seeing Rainer's perspective. We see this, whatever this is, probably some sort of dev-only thing. Here we have access to all recordings, something called Room Impulse, and extra stuff, whatever that entails. Now, that mention of recordings kind of summarizes and explains something. How we get these demos onto the channel. Unless Paul purposely leaves the PlayStation running so he can get more and more footage of these demos, then, yeah, I don't know how else he gets the demos. Not to mention, it has been stated by Paul that he's seen the recordings, and, as we know, the recordings don't like to show what actually happened. We see Rainer, I'm just going to call them Rainer because I assume it's Rainer, go into the Room Impulse, and we're given a list of a bunch of stuff with a lot of names. We see Anna Office, which shows that office we saw all the way back in 2. The cellar for that area. Sort test, whatever that is. Gift plane, pretty self-explanatory. Grave, been there. Hallway, I think this one. Hallway 2, which was the one where we saw the images. House, self-explanatory. House bath. House Gara. Like Garalina? They go ahead and select house and can go through generations. Well, we find out what this means. Because we then see inside the house, specifically the birthday-themed version, multiple versions of the pyramid head-looking version of the character running around. We then see a dial in the corner get changed, and as he changes the dial, more and more show up, and the more and more they just kind of run into walls. We then see that when one of them is selected, all that we see is the normal character. Rainer then decides to go ahead and spectate the one that manages to leave the house. Okay, so... what? Well, here's what I believe, and what seemingly most of the community believes. I believe what we're seeing is not people playing. We're seeing AI. Okay, let me explain. In the world, there is AI that, through the process of repeating an action over and over, can eventually learn to do it right. And so what I believe we are seeing is this AI's generations slowly being able to manage to get out of the house. So, does this mean what we've seen of the characters is AI?
Good guess, but actually no. In fact...
What I think that Belle and Marvin are is like a mix of ghosts and AI. Let me try to make a dumb example. Five Nights at Freddy's. let me cook, alright? I'm going somewhere with it. In that series, the whole big thing is basically ghosts haunting animatronics. And the animatronics themselves are this advanced AI, and the ghosts are using that to control it. I think what we're seeing is almost something like that. We're seeing the ghost of Belle, and presumably Marvin, haunting the AI in this game. But then that leaves you to wonder, why would Rainer leave a message for an AI? Well, this next clip shows that, he likes to do that.
Hi there. Wake up. You're free. There you go. Thank you. I want you to retrace your steps. The family, as usual, wants to learn what happened to you between November 10th and 12th of 1997. On November 10th of 1997, you ran away from your daddy's school building. And on the 12th, you arrived at your house. The question is, where were you on November 11th? And what were you doing there? I hope to guide you to that location with a spell, which I will begin now. You are a girl named Carrie Mark, and you were born on November 12th, 1992. You have a mommy named Anna, a daddy named Marvin, an auntie named Jill, an uncle named Thomas, and a cousin named Daniel. I know what you must be thinking. Have these statements always been true? Or have I cursed you? Is there such a thing? A curse that changes your past? Stop thinking. You were kidnapped and spent 5 months studying in an abandoned elementary school. You ran away, crying, ashamed, covering your face. You were blind at some point. Your movements stopped making sense, bumping into walls and doors, dodging invisible obstacles.
You ran straight into the door. Did you think it was open? Oh, poor baby.
Find the moment. When were you led astray on the road?
You remember that family tree I haven't updated? Let me go get that real quick. You know what, actually, let's... The fun part... Oh, my bad, I forgot, y'all. This is how I get the phone into position. Drew Care with eyebrows. It's literally like her define. Unless there's proof otherwise, I'll just put that there. Context for why I'm drawing them like this, I am just not legally obligated to state why. Something. Then one of these two created. Dan. We got no clue who that guy is. So, this is a lot of info, but just calm down, we can put it together. So, on the calendar, when we saw the 2 days that Care wasn't with Marvin in the school basement, was on the 11th and 12th. She returned home on her birthday, which makes me wonder about that scene we saw all the way back in 14. If maybe that was Care's mother right before she showed up, or just to represent something else a bit more fucked up, but let me explain. Going off my idea that Paul and Care are literally the same person, what if this is Anna basically saying to Paul, try to remember who you really were? Which, to say that to someone who is trans is really fucked up. Now, let's go look at that family tree. So, Rainer and Mike are connected. They're siblings, brothers. Anna is Care's mother. We finally have a name for her. And I want to mention something that I feel like no one has ever pointed out. When we go to look at the room impulses, one of them is named Anna's office. And so I kind of think that that whole scene where Paul walks in there and the phone says Care is missing is meant to represent Anna getting the phone call at her workplace while she was quote-unquote running errands that her daughter's missing. I swear to God, no YouTuber or anybody has ever pointed this out, and like, I don't know why. It's literally right there. Y'all will talk about the whole doors being open thing for an hour, but not look at this. Like, I'm not trying to accuse anybody of anything, but I'm just saying, I think when all they do is talk about merging timelines, they forget shit like this. But anyways, alright, back to the timeline. Anna is Care's mother. We finally have her name. Marvin is her father. We've known this for a long time. But something else is we get Care's birthday. 1992. She was kidnapped in 1997. When she was kidnapped, she was less than 5 years old. And next up is the part where it gets a little complicated. She has an aunt named Jill, an uncle named Thomas, and a cousin named Daniel. Okay, we don't know who Thomas is exactly. We have literally never heard that name before. But we have her Jill. So we know that Jill is Care's aunt. And assuming that Paul is Care, that is Paul's aunt. Aunt, I think I've said the two interchangeably actually at this point. And then a cousin named Daniel. Yeah, we don't know who that is, but the main point of this scene is bringing up that Care on the 11th, the date between her fleeing and returning, she was just somewhere. And apparently, and you know, I've been calling Rainer like a halfway decent guy for a long time. I gotta stop doing that. This man is using video game AI from a PlayStation 1 to try to figure out where Care went on November 11th. I beg your fucking pardon? Like, I'm sorry, what? I'm 100% certain that Rainer would support AI videos, by the way. That's just a headcanon I have. He'd probably look at that shit and laugh his ass off and not realize that somebody's electricity bill went up because of it. So, you know, I'm just saying Rainer is yeah, him and Marvin are both mentally ill, aren't they? I mean, for fuck's sake, one of the first things we heard from him was him shooting a child. But that mention of a curse changing your past... Bro, that means this series is about merging time? No. This is what I think it's about. This whole series has pretty much been about traumatic events of the past. And what I kind of think this means is thinking about the past and wondering if it's changed who you are now. Looking at the past as somebody else and wondering if it's all true. Probably like what Paul is dealing with. Seeing his past pre-transitioning, having to think, are all of these statements true? Or has he been cursed? Is there a curse that could change his past?
A girl went missing around here. Story goes, your daddy used to sit on a bench with a birthday cake, trying to lure her home. Instead of missing girl signs, he put up birthday girl signs, promising cake to the birthday girl. Of course, the birthday girl never came home, to his disappointment. When I learned about this absurd story, I spent a lot of time digging. Eventually, I found out what really happened to that girl. Want to know? Ask.
The AI runs around in circles, and suddenly a gray text box pops up. Wait, I'm getting that sense of deja vu. Yeah, no, the way that Paul found this out, the whole thing to get to the house, was presumably watching this recording. So Paul isn't a glowing brain genius, but he also isn't stupid. The AI, seemingly, asks what happened to her. And slowly, a grave rises out of the ground. A grave of Marvin's friend. When inspecting it, we see the message. Lena Leskowitz. They didn't see her. Wait a fucking minute. Do you remember all the way back when this series started with that Reddit post? Paul's last name was Leskowitz. So this means two things. I've been incredibly wrong about the trans theory, and if that's the case, I should probably feel ashamed of myself. Who am I kidding? I'm a YouTuber. YouTubers don't feel shame. Look at Logan Paul. Yeah. Or perhaps Paul really is Care, and I want to explain why I think that still. So, Paul has a very different surname than Care. And I think I might have an idea why. Would you want to be known as being related to somebody who is willing to kidnap 5-year-olds and lock them in a school basement? Not to mention, that surname could possibly bring up trauma or past memories. I know that sounds dumb, but look, I can tell you right now, small little details often bring back terrible, terrible bad memories. Imagine having a surname of the same person, your father, who kidnapped you at age 5. Presumably through whatever his rebirth process is, basically giving you gender dysphoria at age 5. And who knows the abuse that Kara had to endure in the basement of the school. Yeah, no, I don't know about you. I would probably not want to be associated with that man. And so, what I think is that Paul is still related to the Mark family, but possibly just changed his surname. Also, I just remembered I gotta update the family tree. Go ahead and crammed in Lena. Speaking of Lena, let's talk about this message. They didn't see her coming. Does this mean she was hit by a car? Perhaps all the references to car crashes weren't actually related to Mike, but instead her. That could possibly be what this means. Perhaps Mike didn't actually die from a car crash. Perhaps it was Lena. But then it begs you to wonder, why would Marvin and Rainer have such beef? Like I said, Marvin's a shitty person, but as far as I'm aware, Rainer has, like, no connection to this family, so why would he be pissed at Marvin? Unless he's secretly, like, some other cousin or uncle just off to the side we don't know yet. But anyway, the rest of this video is just the player wandering. They reach the area where the cars would normally drive by, go up into the tunnel, and the video ends. This video has given us a lot of info. We now have a possible, well, guess as to how the ghosts are able to manipulate the game in the way that they can. We see that Rainer is not okay. We now know that Paul and Lena share the same last name. Lena, I need to start saying these names the same way. And we have a more defined family tree. And no, I have not put Belle on there because, as far as I'm aware, Belle is not even related to Rainer or Marvin at all. They're just someone else. But with Paul, this can lead to one of two things. Either one, I've been wrong about the trans theory this whole time, or, going off that this theory is still true, then we can go ahead and just say that Paul changed his surname for a pretty damn understandable reason. And something else with Petscop 17 that isn't explicitly stated, but you could kind of guess it by watching. We are presumably watching an AI. The AI types. So what if perhaps in these demos, what we're seeing as these messages is the ghost using the AI's ability to speak to talk? Now granted, as to how in the hell they can speak, or what dialect this controller stuff is, I don't know. But I think that this kind of gives us a little bit more of an explanation behind how they speak in these demos. It's not just some random bullshit, it's the AI combined with the paranormal speaking. Also, I'm cramming this audio in here. I forgot to mention that when the school was being described, Rainer describes it as abandoned. So not only was Kara kidnapped and taken to a school, the school was abandoned. Which also explains why, if she was in a school basement, how somehow no one was able to find her there. It was because the school was abandoned. But with all this out of the way, let's move on to Petscop 18. Petscop 18 begins with us back at that menu with the 3 options. And here, we see the person recording select extra stuff. And here we get to see basically behind the scenes and concept art. It kind of reminds you that at one point this was just a game being made. But then Rainer took control of it and basically made it into the nightmare it is now. And, you know, I want to talk about that for a second. I haven't mentioned them in a while because I haven't felt the need to, but now that I think about it, I should have. Did Garalina know what Rainer was doing? Did they just kind of allow it? What I think the more likely case is that the Garalina devs saw Rainer's levels and probably decided to go ahead and cut all ties with him and probably decide to stop helping him develop the game. Now, maybe Garalina was just the publisher and Rainer was the dev. Now, if he was a dev at Garalina, they still probably could have done that. If anything, they probably just fired him and left him with his copy of the game, which he just kept modifying. And he modified it into what we see now. And I think what we're seeing right here is essentially the remnants of when this was being made as a normal game by Rainer and Garalina. But the menu keeps going through, showing cut characters, a map of the gift plane and what it was supposed to look like. But then we cut to an image of a house, and the music begins to fade away. And then the house just slowly gets closer and closer to the camera. And right before the video ends, we can hear what sounds like a child. Now, I've tried messing around with the audio to figure out exactly who is speaking and what they're saying, and all that I can gather is that it's presumably Care, because the voice sounds kind of like a little girl. And I think that it's an audio clip of Care saying her first name properly, Carrie. But I don't know. But this episode is short and shows us that at one point this was a game for kids to play, and it is no longer that in the slightest. After this, we move on to Petscop 19. In this one, we go to the All Recordings tab, and here we finally have a story explanation for how these demo clips are being found. Now, that possibly means that my whole theory about this being Rainer is wrong, and this is Paul or the family messing around with this menu. But if that's the case, then how in the hell did they know to do this? I'm just saying, I don't think many people would have known that that's what you had to do. But anyway, we see that the newer generations of the saves were saved on memory cards. Presumably, like, Paul's progress being saved. And presumably this older footage is how we get access to things like Belle's perspective. But it leaves you to wonder, how is Paul there? Yeah, okay, never mind, that didn't explain a lot. But eventually we get to a newer generation of saves that are not autosaves and instead have names. We have Family 2, fuck, Tiara, Belle, Family, and Marvin. And then after this is just a bunch of names that we don't know. But it would appear that, at least in these older saves, that Rainer was using the family to playtest his game, which makes sense, to be honest. Now, we don't exactly know when Rainer stopped working with Garalina, if Garalina cut ties, but assuming they did, yeah, you're not going to have access to playtesters. And so, perhaps, as a last resort, he started getting the people in the family to play the game. Or perhaps instead, Garalina had gotten all the playtesters they could, realized that they still needed more playtesters, and so Rainer thought, well, I have a family, or I know a family that might be willing to play. So maybe that's how the family got access to the game, is by him basically asking them to playtest it. And if that's the case, that finally, nearly 20 videos in, gives us a reason for Marvin being in this game. Presumably just like Belle, he played the game at some point. Probably long before he even knew about Rainer's ill will towards him. Maybe even before Rainer had ill will to him. Perhaps later in life Marvin died, and now his ghost controls this NPC. Anyway, back to the video. The person in the video goes to the very first and oldest demo, just named Sort Test, which we actually saw back in Rumen Pulse. Here we see a very different version of the main character running around in just basically a test area to presumably test the different types of geometry and how they get rendered. This version of the mascot being much more... well, it looks like he snorted a line. After this, we cut to them going into save files named Mike, Rainer's brother. They boot up Mike too, and we see that they still haven't finished the collision for walking into things. They leave the room, and we see what looks like an unfinished version of Randus's room. The player, presumably Mike, goes to interact and pick up an egg.
What? One of the eggs was in Daniel's game? What an unfair trick. Have you found every egg in the office?
Now wait a minute. Daniel was referenced earlier, being a cousin of Care, and they're referring to this game as Daniel's game. So this must mean Rainer is Daniel, meaning that he is either Thomas's or Jill's son. And this finally explains why Rainer knows so much about this family. He's a part of it. Up to this point, Rainer has seemed like... Why am I still calling him Rainer? We now know his name. Up to this point, Daniel was presumably just some random chucklefuck that was somehow connected or just knew the family. No, he's part of the family. This explains how he knows so much. Info that a simple friend or very, very far distant relative would never be able to know. And going off my theory, this means that... I keep wanting to call him Rainer because I've been calling him Rainer for 3.5 hours. Daniel is also Paul's cousin. Now it just begs the question, who is Daniel related to? Jill or Tom? But if I were to guess, I would say he's probably related to Jill. Just scoot this in the dream, y'all, watching Hamburger America. I gotta erase a lot, though. I'm not erasing all that. And the main reason I think that is because he has the last name Hammond. Well, if Tom is related to either Anna or Marvin, then that would mean he'd have the last name Mark or Leskowitz. So how would Daniel Hammond be the son of Thomas Mark or Thomas Leskowitz? Instead, what I think it is that Jill married a man with the surname Hammond. Then she took on that surname, and so did her sons, Mike and Daniel. I know the family tree is getting real complicated, but like, you've made it this far, alright? You can make it a little bit further. So basically, Jill got married to a man with the surname Hammond, and eventually had 2 kids, Mike and Daniel Hammond. The reason I think this is how surnames work in marriages. And before somebody says the obvious, yes, I'm aware that there's like 3% of men out there that change their surname, but I'm going to have to assume that Tom is not like that 3%. By the way, I just want to get this out of the way. Tom never, like, has any importance. He's just brought up, like, once in the last video. And he never shows up again. He just pops in for one video and just heads out. But anyway, we go ahead and see more demos from other people in the family playing, which just helps to confirm my theory that Daniel... I gotta get used to saying that. I'm so used to saying Rainer. Y'all don't know how bad I want to say Rainer. We see that Daniel did, in fact, have the family playtest his game. When Care plays, she doesn't do anything. She just runs around. Remind you that she's probably less than the age of 4. We then see Belle go ahead and play, and we find out what the series meant all that way back when saying that Belle was very smart, as Belle just solves the puzzle almost instantly. We then see later playtests of just random names. And I would just have to assume they're random playtesters or random kids that are just playtesting the game. We see James fail to capture Amber. Somebody named Phil just...
He's just standing there, menacingly!
And we find out that Amber may have not originally been named Amber, but instead something else, but was named Amber because some playtester named Amber in real life managed to get locked behind the bar. I just picture, like, Daniel going up to a kid, seeing them do this in the game, and he's just like, how the hell did you do this? And he just decides to honor their stupidness by naming the pet after them. The video then ends with another recording from Belle, showing them capturing the last pet that they can. So Petscop 19, I want to say didn't show us much, but no, it kind of did. It has literally shown us that Daniel, aka Rainer, is connected to the family. And that, to me, is a pretty damn big plot twist. Like, oh my god, I fucking love this series! Just the feeling of putting it together as you're watching it is just... oh my god, I love this. We then move on to what may or may not be my favorite video in the entire series. Petscop 20. Petscop 20 shows us that we're watching a demo recording named Marvin, presumably from Marvin playtesting the game. And although we don't know what's in it, I would assume it was probably before Daniel and Marvin had beef. When the game footage starts, we see the logo kind of on an angle, but a weird angle. We see Marvin name his save file MVM. Sorry, I thought there was going to be a Team Fortress 2 joke there for a sec. We just see bits and pieces of Marvin playing, and eventually he goes to his controls and the right and left are inverted.
Turn this thing to the right. And I mean, I still get confused about that. In that recording, on the right side, there's a windmill.
This might explain why Paul earlier mentions that he was struggling with his left and rights, because the controls were inverted. We then see Marvin put in the code that Daniel told him to put in, and go into the Newmaker plane. For some reason, the loading screen for Marvin to the Newmaker plane shows what looks like a really buggy door, or perhaps just a rotating door using the textures of a wooden door. A part of me personally thinks this is meant to be a tie back to that whole riddle about multiple doors, but I don't know, it just felt like something worth pointing out. We see Marvin just walk around aimlessly, and in multiple recordings, we see him just wander. Lost. Eventually, though, an entire generation later, this happens.
Hi, Marvin. Rainer here. You have to be careful this time. If you start running out there without a sense of purpose, you'll get lost. I'm writing this on July 10th, 1997, and Care is still missing. We are searching. Last weekend, we almost got lost ourselves. Your search is harder. Beyond here, there are no landmarks. But this model of a brick building, though crude, should still be familiar to you. Where is this building? From here, I want you to find a grave. You know the grave I'm talking about. It's definitely out here somewhere. It's unmarked, of course. That's the trouble. You're the only person who can find it. I increased your speed so you can research faster.
So this shows us two things. One of them is nice to know, the other is completely fucked up. So apparently the reason that in this entire series Paul was never really able to keep up with Marvin is because Daniel gave him a speed boost. And presumably this ghost version of him that we see still has that speed boost. And also, Rainer is having Marvin test his game 1 month after Care went missing. This means one of two things. Daniel did not know that Marvin kidnapped Care, although I doubt that. Or two, he just didn't give a shit, which is 500 times more fucked up. This man knew that Marvin committed a fucking crime, and instead of reporting it to the police, said, "Hey, can you play test my video game for me?" Like, that is just fucked up. Now, I could be wrong here, though, and I kind of have an idea on why I might be wrong. You see, this demo that we're seeing of Marvin is a whole other generation later. Generation 7. What if in Generation 6, Marvin and the whole thing with Care hadn't happened yet? And then in that case, this would make this more like what the game was intended to be in the first place. Something for Marvin to play, to be mocked and made fun of for his actions. And what I mean by that is, I basically think that Generation 6 was intended for Marvin to play after he possibly caused the death of Mike. And Generation 7 was for him to play after he kidnapped Care. And actually, no, that doesn't even make it any better, because that still means that Daniel was aware of this shit and didn't contact the police. Now, granted, this is the 90s, so, you know, all you really have to rely on is somebody's voice, and that can't always be trusted. But something is something. But instead, he decided to go ahead and just shit-talk this man in a video game. I'd argue that Daniel and Marvin are both equally as terrible. Yes, Marvin kidnapped his daughter and locked her in a school basement, giving her horrid trauma at the age of 5, which then possibly spiraled into her eventually deciding to become Paul later in life. I could be wrong, though, and Paul transitioned for his own reasons. But Rainer has, throughout this, mentioned wanting to shoot Marvin's friend in the head, possibly kidnapped somebody, Belle, and made them play the game for 18 years, although I doubt that's actually Belle playing, tried to rebirth Belle, which makes him a hypocrite for mocking Marvin, seemingly believes that Marvin caused the windmill to disappear and that the windmill disappeared in the first place. He presumably knows all this info about the family, the horrid things they've done, and most importantly, what Marvin's done, and his response is to just shit-talk him in a fucking PlayStation 1 game. And then to add a little cherry on top, he goes missing twice, probably causing the family to feel very worried because their last time they had somebody go missing, it wasn't very good. And the little last cherry on top, he presumably killed himself inside of Marvin's bathtub, probably with the family there during Christmas, giving them horrible trauma and scarring mentally for life. I'm not saying one of them is worse than the other, I'm saying they're both equally as fucked up. So many people I see when they talk about Petscop treat Daniel like he's this fucking divine being that just knows all this, and he's somehow the good guy, and they never bring up any of the bad shit he said. I feel like Daniel is often treated not like a hero necessarily, but he's not always treated like a villain either. And yes, Marvin is the villain in terms of the story, especially going off my idea about Paul and Kara literally being the same person, but I would argue that Daniel is just as disgusting, just as horrible, and just as terrible. Anyway, with that rant out of the way, eventually Marvin finds his way into the cellar that Paul found all the way back in Petscop 1. And the loading screen when entering gives me chills. It is a real-life image of a Crayola box. The last time we saw a Crayola box was in Care's room in the child library. This is a real-life photo. There is no 3D rendering. This is just straight up a real photo. A reminder that what we're seeing, although is symbolization in a video game, presumably happened in the real world. Care was a real little girl who was kidnapped by her real father, who was brought to a real abandoned school, who was mentally tormented, and then ran away back home to her real mother on her birthday. This one loading screen just serves as a reminder that this all happened. What we're seeing is just representations, and what happened outside of the game was real and about 50 times more horrific. But when Marvin enters the cellar, he's not brought to the stairway that Paul took, he's brought to somewhere else. He sees a room full of pillars with objects on them.
Caskets. When these are done, they will be great. Anybody who sees them is sure to become part of the family.
Marvin views these caskets in order of 4 to 1. Casket 4 appears to resemble a chalkboard with words written on it.
This one is called Casket 4. 5 words written on chalkboard in that dirty building that you inhabit.
So once again, we're seeing Daniel's harsher tone, but something I feel like a lot of people don't point out is that Daniel says that building you inhabit, which implies that after Marvin was kicked out of his house in the divorce, he moved into the abandoned school. A part of me wonders if that's what led to Anna getting better custody, because she found out that every time she was giving care to Marvin, she was spending the weekend or that day in an abandoned school. It also makes me think that Marvin probably smelled like shit. We then see them go over to Casket 3 and... Wait a minute, this looks a little familiar. It kind of looks like the corner of the bedroom that Marvin and Anna were in. And there was a part of the wall that was censored. Wait a minute.
This one is called Casket 3. After kicking you out of the house, your wife started painting the walls black to cover the stencils. I helped. She made it feel urgent. That Saturday, busy with work, she pinned a note. It contained a list of objects.
Wait, so this confirms that part right there, that Rainer was babysitting Care that day, right? Perhaps maybe not on this day as he's writing about Casket 3, but if she pins notes, then that pinned note that we read back then must have been intended for Daniel. Does that mean Daniel never showed? Or if he was there, does he just not give a fuck and he's still letting Marvin playtest his game? But going off what we can understand, this is that censor that we saw back in Petscop 14. Now, I can't lie to you because I'm a bit of a moron. I didn't know for a long time what a stencil was. Basically, a stencil, for the people like me who didn't know at first, is where you take something, carve holes in it to represent a shape, And yeah, and presumably from what we can kinda gather by looking at this, it looks like two hands. Like they're covering something. Wait a minute, that sounds familiar. So does that mean that Paul didn't know what the censor was, or when he saw it later on in the recordings, he didn't know or care what it was? I mean, it's already been hinted that his memories of being Care are pretty much erased. But anyway, let's go on to the next casket.
This one is called Casket 2. As I painted, I watched Care dance around the house. She liked to spin. She became a blur. But in that blur, somehow, she spun around from 45 degrees to 90 to 180 to 360 to 720, 1080, 1440, 1800, 2160, winding, tightening, tightening. I was stunned by pure horror and disgust.
So, this part's a little interesting. Apparently, while Daniel was helping Anna paint her walls, he saw Care spin around so terrifyingly fast that it left him disgusted and horrified. And seeing what this casket is, we can kind of get why this casket has this description. This item, as we saw it earlier, was spinning around like crazy. And presumably what was censored was Care's face. Now here's the thing. If this was a sprite, why would they feel the need to censor it? Same with the hands earlier. Yeah, they kind of resemble Care and LM, but why would they have to censor them? Well, Rainer doesn't seem to have an issue with putting real-life images in his games. So what I think these censored objects we've seen throughout the series are, because most of them seemingly relate to real-life personal info like phone numbers and locations, are images of real things, such as a real image of Care's real face. Which explains that if Paul was once Care at some point in their life, why he was so mortified by what he saw. And then we finally go to the first casket. And this one always gets to me.
This one is called Casket 1. You showed Care her red, blurry reflection in a vase. You said,
"Do you see that? Look how ugly you are now."
Care squinted her eyes. The reflection wasn't clear at all, but as you began to describe her grisly deformities, she began to see them.
"Nobody wants to see you like this,"
you said. But she soon escaped, and bravely returned home. In her bathroom mirror, she saw a clear picture.
Moments like this always disturb me. The idea of this 5-year-old probably being told for a long time that she is not who she is, and then having her reflection distorted because it's a vase be shown to her and be told, "Look at you, you're disgusting, you're ugly." Just, oh my god, it's so disgusting. And I feel like so many people, when they talk about this series, don't just imagine that disgusting scene. I just picture this poor 5-year-old girl, just already terrible in a state mentally, probably just sobbing and bawling her eyes out, thinking that she's disgusting, she's ugly, and that nobody will love her. And that this idea that when she gets home, she looks in the mirror and finds just some peace knowing that she didn't look like that. And it's so fucked up, and I don't know why people don't talk about how fucked up this scene is. Marvin is a disgusting piece of shit. Marvin eventually goes ahead and finds a photo of what looks like the other side of that birthday party that we saw all the way back in Petscop 9. And then we see Marvin back in the normal part of the gallery. And this explains something that we saw earlier. Remember when we saw Marvin's NPC or ghost trying to run into the wall? That's because when Marvin first played, there was a path there. But in the current state of the game given to Paul, it's gone. We then cut to Marvin at Mike's grave. And something of note is that when he leaves, the name doesn't go away, it's just stuck to the screen, which seemingly just supports the theory that Marvin caused Mike's death, presumably from a car crash, presumably, and Daniel is trying to shove it into Marvin's face that this is what you did. And even as he enters another area that requires some loading, it still is on the screen. We eventually cut to Marvin talking to Tool, and he seemingly goes to type, "Did you die?" but then just types, "Did you find Lena?" showing that even after all this time, he still cares about his friend. The Tool just responds with the stereotypical,
"I don't know."
He then asks, "Who is your boss?" Bro is becoming a fucking Karen. Tool says once again, "I don't know." He then types, "What year is it?" And the Tool just stares at a calendar. We then see Marvin go up to where the screen is that shows the windmill, and we find out he's able to mess with it, just like what we saw way back in the series. But as he messes with it, we hear what sounds like Care's voice.
And now, and what you look like, look like. See what this is. See what kind of things. See what you look like. Now, all this you look like.
Marvin distorts the camera to the point where we see that theory that Paul had about these places being like two different floors was true, as Marvin quite literally goes into the area that he himself is in and finds one of those blocks with a symbol. Except there's not been any symbol like this in the actual game. We then see the person presumably looking at this demo pause as Marvin's paused, creating that trippy effect, and there's a message just saying, "Your butt leaves a cavity in the chair." And then we see them go back to sound test to presumably open up that menu again. Petscop 20. I love this one so much. It just reminds you how disgusting Marvin is as a person, and the horrible shit that he has done. Along with also reminding me that any and all kindness or good emotions I feel towards Daniel are emotions being sent to a guy who knew that this person kidnapped that person's daughter and just didn't give a shit and had them playtest the game. But the most important thing is knowing what the censored objects were. And knowing that Rainer is fine with seemingly putting real-life images into the game. I bet you what we saw on those censored objects, should we see them, would have been real images of Care's face. If he's fine putting her voice into the game,
And now, and what you look like, look like. See what this is.
what's going to stop him from putting her face in the game? And going off my belief that Care and Paul are literally the same person, that must be horrible to go through. For a trans person to see who they used to be before they were transitioning in a game that has brought up their past trauma is just... that idea sounds so disturbing to me. And that description, whoever sees these objects is family. That description feels so fucked. The idea that if you're part of this family, you'll get to know the fucked up past we had. Like, oh my god, I fucking love this series. Now, before we move on to the next episode, I want to talk about what are the censored objects. Two of them, it's pretty obvious. The red triangle is the red spinning thing, and the stencils are what was censored on the wall in the bedroom. But the last one we haven't seen yet, and the first one also. We do know that apparently it's 5 words written on a chalkboard. Now, there's been debate on what these 5 words are, but I think that it's the phrase, "Do you remember being born?" It's 5 words, and assuming that Marvin was such a big believer in rebirth that he kidnapped his daughter to try to make her into his friend, he probably kept asking her that over and over. While we don't really know what the question means exactly, I personally think it's Marvin basically trying to talk to Lena instead of Care. So he's like, "Hey Lena, do you remember being born? Do you remember being born?" while he's talking to his daughter. So, you know, more psychological abuse. And that first one, Casket 1, I have an idea on where it is, and so does the fan base. By the process of elimination, we know what these 2 are, and we know that this last one is on a chalkboard. This was that object on the table. Now, this begs the question, why would Paul be terrified of a vase? Well, I think there's 2 possibilities. 1, just seeing a vase brought back memories, or 2, what I think is likely, is that on the vase, somewhere, was a texture of Care's real-life face, meant to represent the reflection. I mean, when you look at the vase, you can even kind of make out what might be somebody's reflection or some sort of weird disfigured face. And lastly, I want to cover that description of the one about Care spinning. That has been a bit of a debate for fans for a really, really long time. A commonly believed theory is that perhaps Daniel had witnessed the whole windmill incident, or he saw the windmill disappear or something, and seeing Care spin so fast made him think of the windmill. I don't believe that. I think that's horseshit. And what I think it is I don't know, really. I genuinely don't know why Daniel is so terrified of seeing Care spin around, unless she was literally doing it inhumanly fast. But, like, why would he be scared of a little girl spinning around? When I was a kid, I would spin around all the time. Like, what? It's one of the few things in the series I just genuinely don't understand, or have any idea on what it could mean. But now we are done with Petscop 20. Probably my favorite entry in the series, minus the very last one. Speaking of that, we're getting pretty damn close to the home stretch. And I think we'll go ahead and do another little intermission to just kind of summarize all that we know. The year 1968, Lena Leskowitz was born. In 1977, Lena Leskowitz and her sister Anna took pictures in front of a windmill with Marvin. Somehow, in some way, Lena and the windmill apparently disappeared. On the event that she died or disappeared, she was about 9. Somewhere between 1977 and 1988, Daniel Hammond was born. In 1988, Michael Hammond was born. Presumably, they are the children of Jill. Now, as to whether Jill is a sibling of Mark or Anna, we do not know, but she is an aunt. Also during this time, Marvin and Anna eventually got married. In 1992, Carrie Mark was born. At some point in between 1995 and 1992, Daniel started work on Petscop and had his little brother playtest the game. It's also seemingly here where a bunch of other people were playtesting the game. In 1995, Michael Hammond died, presumably from some sort of car crash or accident with a vehicle. And from what we can gather, it seems that Marvin was responsible in some way for this death. In 1996, Daniel went ahead and started turning the game into what it is for Marvin. In 1997, or maybe even 1996, it would seem that Anna and Marvin were having issues with their marriage, presumably due to Marvin believing that their daughter was actually Anna's dead sister. This then led to a divorce. At first, the custody was evenly split, every other day. Then, Marvin only got to have his daughter on the weekends. From what seems to be a mix of both rage, anger, and desperation to get his friend back, he would kidnap Care on June 5th. On June 13th, Rayner seemingly decided to go ahead and write that note. Somewhere in June of 1997, Daniel would go missing for the first time. While it's not explicitly stated why he went missing, I would assume it's because he basically was cooped up in his room or in his home working on Petscop. That next month, Marvin would playtest Petscop. It seems that Daniel didn't care about the whole thing with Care, and even knew about it. Later, on November 10th, Care would go ahead and escape from the school basement finally. On her birthday of that year, she managed to return home. One of the first things she did was look in the mirror to make sure that she was still herself. In December of 1997, the family would go ahead and receive Petscop as a gift for the first time. After this, we jump to the year 2000. At some point in June, Daniel would go missing for a second time. And also seemingly here, Belle started to playtest or play Petscop, and according to what we understand, never stopped. Then on Christmas of 2000, the family would receive a presumably updated copy of Petscop, now getting it as a gift for the second time. And also, from what we can gather, on this very same day, Daniel would kill himself in either Anna or Marvin's bathtub. While it's not explained how he killed himself necessarily, I assume either he basically just swallowed some pills or cut his wrist in the bathtub, or maybe even threw an electronic device in there to electrocute himself. 4 years later, in 2004, Paul's mom would now have custody of the game. And going off my theory about Paul and Care being the same person, somewhere in the timeline, probably around the 2000s I would assume, possibly even before the channel was started, Care would start to transition into Paul. We don't exactly know why Care transitioned to Paul. It could just be because it made them feel happier. Perhaps it was the trauma given to them by Marvin constantly saying, "You are not you." But at some point, Care presumably then became Paul. Also, I'm stealing a comment from my old shitty Petscop video. Don't watch it, it sucks. But on that video, I got a comment from somebody who was transitioning, female to male, who had stated that Paul's voice sounds very similar to people who start taking medicine or HRT to transition. I myself can't confirm if he sounds like that, but seeing as presumably the person who left this comment was trans, I'm gonna go with their word. And then in 2017, Paul decided to go ahead and dig into the world's deepest rabbit hole that he should have never even dug into. So, the timeline's getting a little bit more complex. The family tree a bit more complex as well. But as the story has been going on, we have been getting more and more of this timeline put together and built. But there still is some things that we just don't understand. Who is Belle? Who is Tiara? Why is Marvin and Belle in this game? And how the fuck did a conversation from 2017 get in this game? And I think with that, we can really just state it's the paranormal. Because there's really no other explanation. While you can view it as cheap to chalk up what we don't understand as the paranormal, I don't think it's very cheap, and I think it's personally fine. I think it actually makes the story much more interesting. The idea of Belle or Marvin's ghost haunting the game, and maybe even Daniel's ghost haunting the game, to be quite scary and terrifying. They're seemingly trying to talk to Paul and the people in charge of the channel. Speaking of that, who is in charge of the channel? So far, our only real name tossed out there is Jill. So maybe Jill is possibly one of the people, or maybe she is the person in charge of the channel now? Maybe it's distant family members of the Leskowitz family, distant members of the Mark family. Both would make sense that they want to censor certain things, but then it also leaves you to wonder why they don't censor other things. But a part of me thinks that the reason whoever is forcing Paul to play is forcing him to play is because they want to find out what happened. Not all these details are known to the family, perhaps, and it seems that Daniel knew everything, so they're trying to figure out what Daniel knew, and thus they're forcing Paul to play. Unknowingly forcing him to play a game that shows him his dead name, his tragic past, and other horrific things. We now have 5 videos left. We're almost done. And I think we'll go ahead and look at Petscop 21. Petscop 21 is 3 minutes of presumably Care just running around. Okay, no, but like there is just a little bit more to this video. The name of this demo is Care Dancing Sign. Now, one would assume it's just to reference Care dancing around the literal sign, but fans found out that if you play a song in the background, The Sign by Ace of Base, it syncs up horrifically well. Which presumably means that the demo was named this not because Care was just dancing around a sign, but because outside of the game, she was dancing and listening to this song and syncing her character's movements to the song. And like, little moments like this just remind you Care was a innocent child. And the lyrics of the song too oddly fit well with the whole thing about Paul and Care being the same person. This video is very short, but also goes ahead and reminds us that Care was once just a normal, innocent child, dancing to a song and just being happy. And later in life, she got a new life. Next up, Petscop 22.
Hi there. How's it going?
Yes, Paul is back! I missed him so fucking much. However, when watching the beginning of this video, something seems a little off. We see Paul ask the question he asked back in Petscop 10, where is the windmill, and getting the sensor box. And wait, right before the sensor box shows up, he has that green key, just like he did at the end of Petscop 10. But after a jump cut, we hear Paul talking to someone, and presumably his friend, because back when Petscop 10 was around, Paul was usually talking with his friend, but as the series went on, he started instead talking to the family. And if not the family, then he was at least talking to both. So, just to make this clear, Petscop 22, seemingly, takes place between episode 10 and 11. Let that sink in. But from what we can gather from the conversation he has, he literally was shown by the tool when he asked that question coordinates.
And so, I tried where was the windmill, and that's how I got the text in the picture. Yeah, I looked them up. The top numbers, I looked them up. You're gonna want to look them up yourself. I know, me too. That was what, that first thought.
Paul has basically drawn a shitty map and asked his friend if they'd like to go to the real-life location at some point later that next day.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to go with you tomorrow. I'm not showing the family until I've seen it myself. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I'm not recording. I stopped it.
So either Paul did record and was lying, or he didn't realize that he had still been recording. Perhaps Paul had hidden this video file somewhere in his own computer, and the family wasn't aware until very recently. Paul then basically explains that he's trying to figure out what in Petscop would count as that distance in real life. Basically trying to see if he can find whatever location the tool was mentioning in Petscop, and he just nerds out for a good moment.
No, they don't know much more than we do now. They didn't. I don't like talking to them. They intimidate me. And I'm sure they wouldn't intimidate you at all. Hey, have they called you? They haven't called you, right? I mean, Jill specifically. She hasn't called you. No, I didn't voluntarily mention you. She asked because you know I'm talking to you in the first few videos, right? And so she asked who I'm talking to in the videos, and so I told her, but she didn't ask anything else, so I don't think she actually cares. And and you don't have to worry about it, right? Because you aren't family, so you wouldn't have a room. That's the thing. I didn't mean it that way. Just you probably don't have a room. That's my only point. No, you don't want her calling you anyway. Like you won't be able to escape if that's the thing. If she were to start, yeah. I need your puzzle genius. No, you're a genius. I was expecting the cage puzzle to lead into something else. But there's really nothing here left. Yeah. The tiara character is gone now.
Wait, he's calling it the tiara character. But Daniel says they aren't tiara. He says that they're bell. Wait, what?
Yeah, completely. Like you look over on the other side, and now there's not. There was like the tiara character was there, and then I left, and then the next time I came back, they were gone. What do you mean, of course? What? Why would I be in a car? I'm playing Petscop.
Paul, sweetheart, you are too innocent for this world. But anyway, we see whatever Paul and his friends planned that they've cooped up is that he, with the green key still, becomes the Shadow Man. Paul goes ahead and walks onto the road and...
Hey, what the fuck? I just got hit by a car. I walked on the road where the cars pass by and they never hit me. I just walked on that road and the car hit me and I disappeared. Shit. No, I fucking just forgot to start the recording. They won't like that. So I missed that. Was not able to capture that. I wonder if I can get that to happen. Fuck.
Suddenly, a version of Belle, Tiara, I don't know anymore, shows up, but with pupils looking to the right. We are 22 videos in, and this is the first time we've seen them with pupils, and, needless to say, it caught me off guard my first time watching, and I'd argue scared me more than the car. Speaking of the car, I want to talk about that for just a second, then we'll get back to Paul being a victim of vehicular manslaughter. The car that ran him over was orange. Back earlier, when we were in that little sound test area, we were seeing shots of the garage. The car in the garage was orange. I think that this is just more proof that Marvin ran over Mike. Anyway, sorry, back to this. Paul notices that his friend has gone quiet, and then says this.
Paul, you there? Huh?
What? So, Belle, whoever that was that has apparently been playing the game for 18 years, is also the Tiara character. So, Belle playtested the game in the past. Okay, we know that. And because the fact that Belle playtested the game, they presumably know a whole lot about how the game works, which might explain why earlier they said, of course. But one quick question. How the fuck have they allegedly been playing for 18 years? And why did they suddenly stop talking after Paul's character got run over? Paul keeps just waiting for Belle to respond back on the phone, but Belle doesn't respond back. And this character just keeps seemingly trying to tell Paul to go to the right. Their own pupils showing Paul where to go.
What the fuck? You want me to do something? Come on, what do you want? I know you're trying to say something to me. What do you want? What do you want?
So you're telling me Paul has been able to presumably solve most of these riddles, maybe with or without his friend's help. He can't realize their face literally going to the right and then moving to the right is trying to tell Paul to maybe use his controller.
What? 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 What?
This scene really shows a lot and says a lot with not a lot of words. Whoever this Belle is was a playtester and apparently a victim of rebirth from Daniel? But wait, if Belle is dead, like what we've assumed, and been playing the game for 18 years, then how are they talking to Paul? Unless, has Paul been talking to a ghost this entire time? So Paul has just been talking to a dead person. And this dead person is dead because of Daniel, who is technically Paul's cousin. Or is it just something else? Is his friend alive? Did they recover from being kidnapped and being forced to play Petscop for 18 years? Well, no, that wouldn't make sense because that demo shows Paul. So, what? From this clip, we're gonna have to just assume that unless there's some other shit going on, Paul has been talking to a dead person for a few years. After all this, we get an oddly clean fade-in and seemingly fast-forward of the intro for the school demo where we see a car driving through. Or presumably we have the POV of a car. I believe the clock is saying that it's 4:45? I can't tell what's the minute and second handle. But we very quickly see, both with the red pyramid head man and the little circle in the corner, this is one of the room impulses, presumably showing the AI. This AI enters the school. The AI seemingly tries to go ahead and mess with the locker, but can't crack the code. They go upstairs, deal with the same issue we witnessed earlier of grabbing the party hat things, send you back to the image of the girl. And then it looks like the game just starts tweaking. But eventually, the AI, once the game is done with its mini seizure, walks through the image and finds another room. From what we can gather from the soundtrack, this is the counselor's office from the school.
Hi there. Sorry for pulling you out of class. I know you've been busy catching up. Don't worry. I just want to talk to you. Hey, do you want to play a game? You can pick any game you want, and we can play it together.
The screen then fades, a lot of fading in today. The screen then fades into a shelf showing 4 games. Grave Robber, Checkers, Rotation, and Accident. Accident in particular is interesting because we've seen those logos before. The player goes ahead and picks Grave Robber.
Grave Robber is kind of like Battleship. Oh, you already know Grave Robber? That's good. I don't like explaining things.
From what I could gather, apparently Grave Robber is a real-life board game, but the real-life board game does not play anything like the one in Petscop. The one in Petscop is much more akin to Battleship. Here we see, presumably, the AI in the demo and another AI play the game. And as they play, the counselor keeps speaking to whoever this is. And very quickly, we realize who they're talking to, and what this scene is meant to represent.
I called you several times, and you didn't come. Do I have the wrong name here? I noticed your file, Strange Situation. Is that your name? Please confirm.
And the presumably AI puts in the name Paul. Now, a lot of people view this as Paul getting sucked into the game or something. It's not that. Earlier in the series, it was mentioned your inputs will be useful. And we've seen that this game has AI that is able to adapt over time. What I believe we are seeing is an AI using Paul's... How long has the series been going on by this episode? Pretty much nearly 3 years of gameplay. And I think it decided to go ahead and take what knowledge it could gather and just decided to name itself Paul. Or maybe I'm wrong and Paul died and now he's an AI in the game. That'd be kind of cool actually, I'm not gonna lie. But presumably we're witnessing an AI using its adaptation and looking at the God knows how many demos worth of gameplay to go ahead and name itself Paul. Or what if this isn't AI, but for some reason decided to take Paul's own gameplay, whenever this was, possibly him just not recording it, and use him as the impulse or whatever. Perhaps the room impulse mistaking Paul for an AI, and what we're seeing is actually Paul playing the game. That might be the case. I mean, we know that the family is willing to censor and hide things. For God's sake, they waited 2 years to show us the in-between of Petscop 10 and 11. It's not much of a stretch to assume that they just use demo footage of Paul playing the game if he's not recording.
Paul. Okay. Your turn, Paul. Are you right-handed or left-handed? You don't know? Really? Well, which hand do you write with? That one? That's your left hand. That means you're left-handed. I'm right-handed. I use this hand. My right is actually your left. Isn't that confusing? Anyway, your turn. Moving 5 times in a row was a mistake. Now I can't retrace all my steps. You should dig often. It helps you win. Kids shouldn't say swear words. Do you know why? It just doesn't sound right. It's disturbing. You should choose cleaner words, even when you're really angry. Your turn. That's a very big boo-boo on your face. We're going to help you. Together. Everyone is. When you reach for your shoes will be there. When you walk through a doorway, the door will be open. Where you go, the floor will continue under your feet. Every move you make will be valid. Everything you see will become real. Everything you say will become the truth. Your turn. You want to quit? Why? Oh, I don't blame you. Grave robbery is vile. It's an awful game, huh? We can play something else if you want.
The person playing selects grave robber again, and the counselor says,
It's okay. You can go. I hope you can find your real house.
The player leaves and manages to find their way into the basement of the school. They go left, the camera seems to try to chase them, and then the video just ends. Okay, so this video just gave us a lot of fucking info. We now know that Paul's friend was Belle. The deeper implications of this are, interesting. And that scene right there of a school counselor talking to someone, I believe is meant to represent Care talking to a counselor from a school. Not this one. From what we've gathered, it's abandoned. Perhaps it's just a different school, and Care is having to catch up because she's new. She just moved into a new school. And just that whole sequence, that everything Care will do will be valid, is just like, oh my god. Dog, I get too emotional with fucking stories, dude. Jesus Christ. Just this school counselor trying to reassure a child who has been through horrific events, who is seemingly already questioning who they are and if they're even a girl, trying to just reassure them that they'll be okay. You will find your real home. It's just like, oh my god, this scene is so depressing but also cheerful at the same time. I ain't gonna lie to you, dog, if the series ended right there, I would have been happy. This, along with the whole scene of Care's kidnapping and the caskets, are like my three favorite moments of the series. But the big mystery, minus Belle, I'm not... yeah, the big mystery is, who was playing in that demo? Was it actually Paul or an AI pretending to be him? I mean, we know the family seemingly knows how to access the room impulse and how to access demos, and apparently they're in charge of the channel, along with Jill being in charge. So perhaps what we're seeing is the family taking Paul's gameplay, even though Paul didn't record it, and using the room impulse to show it. And with Jill, I want to talk about her for a second. Jill has been brought up once, and her role in the story is oddly important. The way Paul describes her, she sounds like a scary woman. Describing trying to talk to her as basically trapping you, which, hey, that sounds familiar. But if Jill is in this group, that begins to make a lot of sense of why they are censoring and trying to make Paul play. Going off what I believe about the family tree, Daniel and Mike were her children who died. She's probably trying to see what her son's final thoughts and final moments were. It is truly depressing when you think about it like that. This woman is trying to figure out why her son decided to take his own life, and is now getting the answer and also learning her son's a bit of a piece of shit. I want to preface this. I think Daniel's a disgusting motherfucker, but I don't think his mother is at all bad. I don't know why I see people, like, take actual, like, criminals in the real world and be like, oh, well, their family did such and such. Their family should be held just as accountable. Brother, what? Not every parent is aware that their child is a fucking piece of shit. But anyway, Jill is very much a person in charge of the channel, maybe even the leading person behind the group in charge of the channel. And with her name drop here, and us knowing that she is part of the people in charge, we pretty much have confirmation that Paul's family is pretty much the ones managing the channel, and some good context and reason behind why they're both censoring his gameplay, but having him also play the game. Because people like Jill want to find out why Daniel and Mike did the things they did. And for Jill specifically, she probably wants to figure out what her son's last memories and last thoughts were. And before we move on to the next one, what is this bullshit going on with Belle? Throughout pretty much this entire series up to this point, they've seemingly just been a victim of Daniel trying to rebirth them into Tiara, whoever that is. We've heard Tiara's name mentioned once throughout this, entire series. That's why I haven't brought up Tiara. But Belle is trapped in the game for 18 years, apparently who Tiara is meant to be, and is also Paul's friend.
Paul, you there?
And very conveniently, when this character who we've been calling Belle shows up, Belle in the phone stops speaking. So, has Paul really been talking to a dead person? Let's try to figure out a way that maybe he isn't talking to a dead person. Perhaps Belle and Marvin, as we see in the game, are not actually ghosts, and this entire time have just been the AIs. Perhaps through adaptive learning and Daniel's own little special input, he was able to basically give them personalities. He's made Marvin to be a dick, Belle to be confused, and assuming who we just saw in this demo was also Paul's AI, then it's probably an AI using 3 years of Paul's gameplay to go ahead and build itself. However, this complicates things, because how do we explain the 2017 conversation in the game if there truly is no paranormal bullshit going on? Unless perhaps these AIs are being controlled by Daniel, and Daniel's a ghost behind everything who's been haunting the game, and... Y'all see what I meant in the intro when I say that, covering this series is interesting? So, there's two ways that we can look at this whole thing with Belle. The whole Belle and Marvin sprites that we've seen are not actually ghosts, but AIs. Or, Belle has been dead and Paul has been talking to a dead person. Paul does kind of state it's been years since he's hung out with them. So, perhaps, while they weren't hanging out, Belle died. Their ghost now haunting the game as this character. And here's a dumb MatPat theory I'm going to throw out here. So if Belle is truly a ghost in the game, just like Marvin, does that mean the reason that we have that whole scene of Daniel talking to them after they escape the quitter's room was because Daniel knew that they would come back as a ghost? I know it sounds dumb, and something like MatPat would say, but think about it. With how messed up Daniel is, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't even know if this would work, and he just programmed it in anyway. He had no idea if Belle would come back as a ghost, but just in case, programmed all that. And it turns out that just in case happened. This would explain, in my opinion, why the text that shows up after stating that Belle has been playing the game for 18 years sounds so disconnected. The colored text is clearly just a bit of code counting down time. So perhaps Daniel didn't think that they'd be stuck in there for 18 years and thought the ghost might be stuck in there for half an hour. And perhaps everything that's happened with Belle's character being created through Daniel just assuming that their ghost would haunt the game is how Marvin was created. Now, I've been assuming this whole video that Marvin's dead because I would like to assume that the Justice Department would, punish him, but this is America. I'm going to just assume that for this video, Marvin is dead. And so, perhaps, Daniel, knowing that Marvin would die, who knows how, maybe suicide, being killed in prison, who knows, would come back and haunt the game. Perhaps Daniel had Marvin play the game while Care was being kidnapped, to go ahead and basically have this AI or this tracking system of whatever it is to build these AIs basically get kickstarted. So, to try to condense what I've been saying into something short, A, Belle has been dead for a long time and Paul has been talking to a ghost, and these characters are being controlled by ghosts utilizing the game's AI system and the AI's learning to go ahead and do what we've seen. Daniel, just in case this would happen, went ahead and had these little mini interactions set up for their ghosts. Or B, perhaps there is no ghost of Belle, no ghost of Marvin. Instead, what we're seeing is either AI, which is entirely coded and based on what Daniel's experience was with Belle and Marvin, and if not that, then through learning through the player's inputs, was able to go ahead and create very, very accurate NPCs that act almost like real players, which, if this is the case, then that would explain Paul playing the demo, at least quote-unquote Paul, and would help to make the story a lot more grounded. From what little bit of research I did, I do believe that machine learning algorithms were a thing in the 90s. So this is possible, but you do kind of gotta hold with a little bit of some disbelief for a second. Then AI could somehow do all this. And perhaps the whole 18 years of playing the game is actually maybe the PlayStation being left on for 18 years, because as we've seen, Petscop does not like it when it's turned off. Which, that believes me that whole thing was made by Daniel to keep people playing so he could keep making these NPCs. Like I said earlier, Belle is one of the more complex characters in this story. By the way, I forgot to cram this info in, so I'm just going to cram it in here. Before Petscop 22 came out, the channel's description was changed from talking about their Easter egg hunt to just simply, "Thank you for watching," with a smiley face. Which shows you we're on the final home stretch. So let's go ahead and talk about Petscop 23. 23 begins with a very beautiful loading screen of what appears to be Marvin's character, but not severely distorted. But we see the player in this demo walk around the school and find a set of stairs. When walking up them, the loading screen is just the Garalina logo. And in this upper area of the school seems to be a bunch of computers and some glitching Christmas tree. On this tree is a bunch of those points, and eventually the player goes and collects them, and the room just turns dark and silent. Now, there's a lot of questioning as to what this scene is, but I think there's a fairly simple explanation. We don't know when the school was abandoned or shut down, but we do know that, at one point it was an open school. And so I think before the school shut down, or maybe even in an entirely different school, Daniel went ahead and took computers into schools with Petscop to get kids to playtest the game, because it's a kids game. Well, schools are full of kids. So that's what I believe this scene is meant to represent, but I could be wrong, and, feel free to leave your own answers in the comments. I already know somebody's typed out a whole reason why this video is cringe in the comments right now, so, just add on to that, I guess. We then see this person enter a classroom, and in it is a chalkboard with some words written on it. But when going to inspect it, it's censored. This is presumably Casket 4.
Pow. What room are you in?
We then see the player go up to these images and realize they're seemingly those rooms or variations of it that we saw in the burn-in monitor. Different orientations and rotations and placements of things. But eventually, whoever is playing, presumably Paul, goes over to the one that we saw back earlier. They begin spinning around it to tell Marvin this is their room.
Thanks. Here I come. What? No, no.
And the player just stops. They just stand there. And fans who are very smart, who have been able to somehow translate this controller dialect, realize that when they're frozen, they just say DA. Presumably trying to say dad. This scene, oh my god, this scene scared me when I first watched it. Because for a long time, I had no idea what the demos really were. I thought that at first they were just random recordings. Then after finding out that the channel had people take it over, I thought, oh, well, maybe it's just footage they find or footage they stole while Paul wasn't recording. And so to see what is presumably Paul being terrified at the representation of their father trying to get to them. Oh my god. And I know a lot of people for some reason think that Marvin in real life, like, went over and just beat the shit out of Paul or something. What I think is that Marvin is just an NPC, a ghost. He can't do anything. I think the reason that Paul stopped typing was pure fear. Think about it. This representation of somebody who abused you years ago is suddenly saying, "Here I come," in what's presumably a representation of your bedroom? Which, wait, how would that get into the game? Hold on. I don't know. There's some things in this series I just genuinely don't know. But I think that would reasonably terrify anyone into being frozen still.
Noggin table.
I'm sorry.
Help.
Tiara, with her ability to mess with textures, gives Paul the code. 9219. Paul eventually goes ahead and goes down to the locker. Inside the locker is an egg and a note. Your new life letter. The name, Tiara Leskowitz. Your message.
You are off to school today. I will miss you. I love you so much. I will miss you so much when you are set off to school for the day. I'll be waiting for you when you get home. I'll be in a lawn chair in the driveway, waiting for the bus to drop you off. Every day I am so happy to see you come home and tell me what you learned. I hope everybody treats you with love and respect. Love you forever, no matter what, Mommy.
Tiara, this whole time, whoever they are, has been a Leskowitz. Now, we do not know how she is related. She's maybe Anna's mother. Maybe she's another sister. But we do know she's related to Anna and Lena and Paul in some sort of way. But this then begs the question, why was this character constantly getting called Belle and Tiara? Well, I have a bit of a theory about that relating to Daniel. As pointed out by Paul and Daniel and Jill, Belle is not a part of the family. Belle is someone else, completely separate from the family tree. So what if Daniel perhaps wanted Belle to become part of the family, so he tried to rebirth Belle into Tiara in order to make them become a part of the family? Because Belle not being a part of the family is brought up constantly, and Daniel makes sure to point out that he has not put her into the game because she is not family. That is my personal guess as to why Belle and Tiara have been mentioned throughout the series. Daniel wanted Belle to become part of the family. Why? I don't know. What would have benefited him? Who knows? But that is what I believe was going on with Belle and Tiara this whole time. But now comes the question, where do we cram them onto the family tree? And better yet, who is this person that's being given this letter? Is it meant to be Paul getting a letter from Tiara? Tiara possibly now being their caretaker? But then why would they refer to themselves as Mommy? That ending bit in particular really makes me think this was intended for Paul or Care. Love you forever, and then in all caps, no matter what. And what I personally think we are seeing is a kinship adoption. Let me explain. The letter begins with your new life letter. I don't know about you, but that sounds like an adoption agency. And from what research I could gather, and feel absolutely free to correct me if I'm wrong. But by the events of Care going through everything, kinship adoption was pretty much recognized by the government. For those who don't know what it is essentially when a relative, an uncle, an aunt, becomes your legal guardian, and perhaps in a way, become your father or mother. Now, I know that might be strange that Care or Paul is calling somebody completely unrelated their mother, but you gotta remember that presumably when this letter was sent to Care, they were like 5. And I personally think that Tiara Leskowitz is one of two things. Either the mother of Anna Leskowitz or a third sister. There's not really any evidence to confirm either or. But I basically think that Tiara is a related caregiver or kinship foster parent. And if that is the case, let's just look back at this entire series. Petscop, from the day it was being developed, was a game about adopting pets. Jill's son took this concept of what was just meant to be an innocent, cheerful game about adopting pets and trying to keep them safe into a twisted, disfigured, disgusting message for his family about the hatred he has for what happened with Care and Marvin. This really makes the series feel so much more bleak and depressing. From the mentions of Amber being good and never leaving their cage, to Paul throwing Care NLM into the child library, to Tiara adopting Care and then eventually they became Paul. I'd argue the reason that Daniel turned the game into what it was in the first place was because of the fact the game was about adoption. Perhaps Tiara adopting Care, and then Daniel goes to work on this game that's all about adoption, just made him just want to take this game's basic concept and twist it into what we see now. It is... oh my god, I love this series! Now, I know what I'm saying is probably largely disagreed upon. A lot of people think that Tiara is actually Lena, and that Lena adopted Paul what? I don't know. Half the theories I hear, I listen to, and I'm just like, what? And before we move on, I want to talk about why would Care/Paul be put up for adoption? Well, let's try to think about this through Anna's perspective for a moment. Anna lost her sister at some point in her life, and that had to have been horrifically traumatizing. Then years into her marriage, she has had to put up with her husband constantly reminding her of that dead sister, stating that their daughter is actually that person. And then when she understandably decides to divorce him and get custody, he kidnaps her daughter, presumably while she's at work. And so she had to spend those past few months being terrified and petrified, setting up a birthday party even though she didn't know if her daughter was going to come back home that day. And then when her daughter does come back, her daughter is questioning who they are and doesn't think that they're Care. And you can view this as both good or bad depending on how you want to look at it. I kind of view it as a bit of both. I think Anna just had it and decided, I don't want to take care of you anymore. My daughter doesn't think that they're a girl, and I'm not wanting to deal with any more trauma or to deal with any more issues. You can view that as fucked up, understandable, the right thing, who knows. But I view it as a bit of everything. Because Anna has gone through hell, but she's putting her daughter up for adoption. And if Care B was in the school basement, Care NLM is what came out. Care, already questioning who they are, then begins to just wonder who loves them. Nobody, apparently. And so Tiara, possibly a sister, even Anna's own mother, decides to go ahead and through kinship adoption, take care of Care. And this letter is so much more than what it is on the surface with this background. This is Tiara trying to reassure a child who doesn't know who they are at this point in their life, who thinks that nobody loves them, who has pretty much no home anymore, who is trying to readjust to a new school, that it's going to be okay. That they're going to be happy to see them get off the school bus every day. And that they love them no matter what. Bro, I got fucking teary-eyed. Why do I get emotional over, like, these types of stories, dog? Fucking... I'm sorry, I've been ranting about this letter for, like, probably almost 10 minutes. Let's go ahead, and we'll talk about it a bit more when the video's over. But for now, this letter shows a lot. The player in this demo heads to the school basement, and instead of taking a left and going into nothingness, they go straight forward.
You'll find the machine up ahead. This is the only entry or exit. You will pass through this room again as you leave. Keep in mind, everything here, your baby will see.
The player here seemingly discovers that they can push objects, and when going near this giant pit, the camera zooms in to highlight the pit. I think it's pretty clear what the player has to do. And so they do just that. They shove a representation of the school down into the hole, and then a photo with an uncensored, presumably image of Care. They shove the Crayola set down into the pit, and we see here that Paul really struggles to push this one down. Doing this opens a door. When going in, they find Care B. Her description reads as follows.
Care B is scared and pounding on the door. I open it. It's so dark that I can't see her. So I pull her out, and the light hits her face. And they won't even give me a picture of her now. They're all scattered in graves. And I'm a piece of shit. Here I go.
Yeah, that grave robber game has a whole new meaning. So, Daniel, once again, another reason to hate this cunt, rescued Care. And did he just never tell the family? Perhaps Care, giving her retelling of what happened in the school basement, brought up Daniel, but because she just started running and the lights hit her face, she didn't know what was going on. It is stated that she ran home on her own, so maybe Daniel only yanked her out. And so to her, she thought Daniel was trying to hurt her because the only other adult she's been with has been doing the same. Perhaps the family, out of anger, no longer let him even have a photo of Care. As to what them being scattered in graves could mean, I really don't know. Perhaps Care was missing for so long that they put photos of her in graves. Presumably, the way he phrases it, the photos were buried. So, Daniel apparently decided to go grave robbing and get the photos of Care back. Now, if Daniel was actually blamed for causing some of the issues with Care, that would explain why he hates the family so much and has been making the game into what it is. But he's only ever really explicitly been rude towards Marvin, except for this one scene. So perhaps Marvin was the big reason he made this game, and then the family, he's just like, I should talk him too. After this, the player goes ahead and enters this room with this machine, presumably what was mentioned many, many videos ago. We then see all 500 of the points that Paul has collected being taken by this machine.
Put baby.
Paul then puts Care B into the machine. The machine then spins around.
Time to play.
We then see Paul has been given the Needles piano. At first it seems like Paul is going to play Care's melody, but according to the subtitles he plays a different song. Paul's melody. And then, this part's funny because
fuck! Stop!
Daniel, with this controller language, programmed the word fuck into the game. But Paul just keeps playing the piano, ignoring Marvin, and Marvin eventually leaves. Marvin's ghost tried doing the one thing he couldn't do in real life. Making Care into his old friend. Care didn't listen just like she did back then, and did what they wanted to do as Paul. Paul then goes over to the machine and sees where once was Care B is an egg. Remember, all the way back when we saw that missing pet icon, this is what that was. And the description of it mirrors Amber. You should start thinking about that. Presumably referencing Amber being in a safe place. Paul goes up into the lockers, re-enters the code, and puts in the egg. Paul then leaves the school, goes over to a bench, and the Newmaker plane, is no longer shrouded in darkness, and the game goes back to the main menu. This, to me, is the finale. We still basically have 2 more videos left, but this is where I believe the series ends in my heart. Paul may never be able to forget or run away from what happened back then, but he's able to just accept that it happened and be himself. He isn't like Marvin, constantly trying to go back in the past. Paul is not like the family, who's constantly delving into the past to try to put together something that's happened years ago. He is still who he is, no matter what. But after this came Petscop 24, and we finally find out what the Book of Baby Names was. This is the game's credits, and here we presumably see all the developers and children that playtested having their name be mentioned, along with seemingly one word to describe them. Belle is smart. Care is dizzy. That's one way to say that they're questioning their identity. Mike was a painter. That sounds familiar. And then a message from Anna, who is, quote, working very hard as we speak.
Hi, Michael. Consider this your birthday card. Sorry I can't put money in it. When I heard how many kids were coming to your party, I was impressed. Thank your big brother for letting you and your friends play games all day and making you so popular. Also, thank your other auntie for making this all possible. If you see her, I mean, not everyone can. But anyway, happy 7th. I'm so sorry that I couldn't be here. I hope my gift makes up for it. It's the one in the black box. Carrie helped me pick it out. Thank her. Opening gifts is so fun. A lot of little mysteries. And are all solved so cathartic. Anyway, I sure hope you have fun. See you later. Love you, Auntie Anna. P.S. Whatever you do, please don't shake the box.
Now, one question this episode brings up is, who is this other aunt? Now, this other aunt can't be Jill, for example. So what I think this other aunt is Tiara. That is who this is. Another sister of Anna Leskowitz. Because you gotta remember, this is for Mike. Jill is Mike's mom. So basically Anna is telling him, hey, say thanks to Tiara. And I think her mentioning that not everybody can meet her is meant to be a bit of a subtle clue that there's a reason she hasn't shown up very much in the story. And that is Petscop 24. This episode is just sad, because the way that this is seemingly set up, Michael never read this. And whatever's in that box, we don't know. A commonly believed theory is that that whole mention of a dog way back when is maybe meant to represent that there was a dog in this box. And maybe that's the case, but ultimately, we don't know. But I think this episode is just a nice reminder that Petscop was, at some point in its lifetime, a game for kids, and Michael was one of them. And after this, we have one final scene. I'm not saying video because it's in the soundtrack. After the video shows off all the music and sound effects, we get this.
And now,
there's Bob, waiting for her son. Hal, do you remember being born? Smuggled away, driving to your new house, boss in driver's seat. Me and back, I could not wait to be your friend. Family. we can investigate this together.
The two of them walk into a figure resembling Lena, seemingly right outside that room where there was that little birthday party. And there, the series finally ends. I think this final conversation is meant to represent how Paul presumably met Belle and his memory of being in the backseat of a car with Tiara. According to really smart Petscop fans, every time Belle mentions the boss, it's actually spelling Lena. Wait a minute. Lena is waiting for her son. What? What? Well, I guess that's just one of the mysteries we'll never solve. But, I mean, hey, at least most of the mysteries are solved. Who is Tiara and the Leskowitz family tree? Who exactly is Jill? Is Jill related to Lena or Anna, or is she related to Marvin? Who is Tom, and why is he brought up like once? What does this final scene mean when it says Lena is waiting for her son? Is Paul and Kara actually the same person, or have I just been using a headcanon way too much? Is there emerging timelines? Who is this pal that is referred to in the demos? Did ownership go down to Paul's Paul have a cat? How exactly did the people in the demo speak to each other? How exactly did the 2017 conversation how does a fucking windmill disappear? We don't know.
And you know what? I'm okay with that.
So, why don't we go ahead and try to put together what exactly is this whole story? I believe that the story of Petscop is kind of like this. The Leskowitz family had 3 daughters: Tiara, Lena, and Anna. Marvin's family was Marvin and Jill. Jill would later in life marry a man with the surname Hammond. She would then have 2 kids, Michael Hammond and Daniel Hammond. Lena, Anna, and Marvin were good friends, and at one point decided to take a photo at the windmill. But something happened, and Lena died. Marvin, so distraught at this, later in life, would marry Anna, but this was just so he could try to rebirth his friend. Anna and Marvin would then have a daughter, Care. At some point, Marvin ran over Michael. Judging by the many hints and overall rude attitude that Daniel has towards Marvin, I would believe this is the case. Daniel then began to go ahead and distort his game into this just basically big ridiculing game. A game just insulting Marvin, and then later on down the line, the family. Then later on, Anna and Marvin would start to have a divorce. Presumably Marvin trying to bring up to Anna that their daughter is actually her dead sister. Out of anger, wanting to get his friend back, he would kidnap Care. Daniel was there that day and witnessed it, but seemingly never shared the info. The family would try to find Care, but to no avail. Daniel then decided to go ahead and go to the abandoned school, just a few days before Care's birthday. There he found her, but when he went to go pull her out, she ran away from both him and Marvin. She would later return home on her birthday. Care's mother, already stressed out and dealing with so much, decided to go ahead and put Care up for adoption. Care's sister, Tiara, would then adopt Care. It's hinted that when Care was being driven to Tiara's place, she was there with Belle, and thus Care would form her friendship with Belle. Belle herself was also a victim of Daniel's attempt at rebirth, perhaps an attempt at trying to get somebody to go ahead and become part of the family. Care, due to her trauma of being kidnapped and this rebirth process that Marvin tried to put her through, began to question who she was. Then, during one of the 2 Christmases that Rainer would appear, he went ahead and gave the family Petscop as a gift. He'd then give them an updated copy a few Christmases later before killing himself. Eventually, later in life, Care would decide to transition into Paul. Paul and Belle would still be friends, but presumably via long distance. Eventually, Paul would find the game Petscop that had been given to his mother. He would decide to go ahead and show Belle the game, as Belle was probably in disbelief at hearing about that game again. But as Paul was uploading these videos, the family got involved and started censoring certain info, but presumably kept him playing to try to find out exactly why Daniel did what he did, and the info about Marvin that they had never found out. Paul beats the game, reliving his past trauma, and the series ends. There are things that I just cannot explain. And the creator has stated that was the point. There are just things we cannot explain. We can try to be realistic about it. The characters were perhaps AI. Perhaps this whole tracking thing in the 2017 conversation was legitimately just put in by the family to basically prank Paul, like he says. There are just things that we'll never know. But before I end this video, I want to talk about something. So, you've read the title, and you understand what 2 of the 3 things probably mean. Talking about Petscop, I'm talking about Petscop. Transitioning, Paul. But when I bring up censorship, it's not necessarily the family censorship, although it kinda somewhat is. My big reason I wanted to make this video is, I guess you could call me being a hipster, but I do not understand nor get this whole belief about Petscop being something about merging timelines and worlds colliding and Paul and Care are the same person from different timelines or lost siblings at birth, or that Paul is being held captive in some sort of spooky testing facility and Marvin actually beats him up in that one video. I don't view Petscop as that story because, and I'm sorry to kind of shit on content creators. Shitting on content creators is like being in a room full of criminals as you're in prison. Do with that analogy what you will. But I feel like so many of them kind of just dance around the subjects throughout the series. Like, I'm not gonna name names as much as I wanna, because this is the internet, there's gonna be a hate mob going towards them because I disagree with them, but many of them either treat the horrific things that we see as just some sort of generic fact, like, hey, you know, chlorophyll makes plants green, or just dance around the repercussions and horrific events that could be caused by the events of the story. When Daniel went missing twice, imagine what the family thought now seeing somebody go missing for basically a second time. Anna's grieving and suffering that she had to deal with from losing her sister, a husband who then groomed her into falling in love and marrying her, and tried to rebirth her dead sister through their daughter. And when this led to divorce, kidnapped her daughter. Then her daughter comes home and is suffering identity issues. Imagine being Jill and seeing your 2 kids be brought up in this game. Your dead children being named and brought up and hearing what is essentially the final thoughts of one of your sons. Imagine being Paul, having to relive your tragic past. And in my opinion, I truly do believe that Paul and Care are literally the same person, because Care transitioned. As I brought up earlier, I can't speak for all people who have thought about or have transitioned, but I know when I thought about it, it's because I thought I was not who I've been told I was all my life. So imagine at age 5, being told that you are not who you think you are, being treated like someone else, constantly being asked, do you remember being born? Being poked at and stabbed with a sharp tool, being forced to play music, or having to listen to the same song over and over, all in a dark basement with this, oh my god, words can't describe how shitty Marvin is. And I feel like so many Petscop videos don't try to look at the series deeper than what they just do on the surface. Yep, guys, Marvin's a shitty dad. Yep, alright, anyway, on to the next video. They don't bring up how he probably killed Mike, how he pretty much damaged the family forever, pretty much brought his wife to her breaking point, traumatized Care, then presumably died, thank God, and now haunts the game. How he died, I don't know, but I hope it was fucking painful. When looking at Daniel, they ignore the fact that he knew about all of this and presumably just didn't tell anyone. If he did, the family got mad at him, and instead of trying to explain himself, just shit-talk them in a PlayStation 1 game, including putting real images of Care, presumably, into the game. People just seem to ignore this stuff, and I don't get it. Oh yeah. YouTube. I am graced with the fact that I do YouTube not as a full-time job. I have an actual job outside of YouTube. Just a normal day at work. And so because of that, when a video doesn't make money, yeah, sure, it sucks, but at least I'm not gonna die because of it. I'm not gonna lose my monthly income that most content creators live on. So I'm fine with saying much more risky shit and using copyrighted music because of it. And so a part of me thinks, and I'm not speaking for everybody, but I get the feeling most people avoid going into detail about these messed up topics because they want to keep their money. And with YouTube's new AI shit going on that's just straight up nuking entire channels, yeah, I don't blame them. By the way, the AI system is abysmal dog shit. We need to genuinely start a protest against it, like unironically. I'm tired of AI going into every fucking application I use in my life. Just let me use Google and actually search for my sources. So I get the feeling most reasons that Petscop videos jump to these insane conclusions is simply because they need their income. I don't do YouTube full time. They do. But along with that, I'm also surprised that the trans theory about Paul isn't more popular. I mean, it makes sense. Sure, there's still stuff we can't explain or stuff that's paranormal, but I find that to be about 100 times more realistic and make the story much more interesting than if it was time merging. Like, genuinely, what is the reason people are so against this theory?
You said that you're a trans woman.
I trans female, yes, sir.
Do you have a penis?
We seem to be watching the rise of trans terrorism.
I mean, what are we doing here? It is insane to go on a date with a person, not tell them that you are trans, or, you know, for example, like you have an STD.
Some people think it's hurtful.
Well,
you told us that this hurt.
But here's the thing, I don't give a about feelings anymore.
When someone identifies a certain way, for you to tell them that that is not correct, that they are that particular gender or identity.
Why do I feel that it's right to tell them the truth?
But it's not
the
truth.
Oh yeah. But to me, viewing this story of a trans person having to see their horrid past because their family wants answers to the past, having to go through horrid memories, hearing their dead name over and over, I think is a lot more fucked up than any of those weirder out there theories. But ignoring my beliefs about Paul being trans or the weirdness of these video essays I see about Petscop, I think Petscop is a series about moving on. And I think all of the themes of the series really help to connect that. Paul or Care, however you want to view it. Maybe some of you think my trans theory has been bullshit this entire 4-hour video. But to go through such horrid trauma and come out of it at the end, you could almost view like rebirthing. Not in whatever demented way that Daniel or Marvin wanted it to be, but instead to find who you are. To be who you want to be. To have a floor under you no matter where you walk. And that no matter what, when it seems like the world is against you, someone out there loves you no matter what. And going off my whole belief about Paul being Care, I think this just makes the themes even stronger. Paul was able to recover and become who he is now. A world where everything he says will become the truth. And a part of me thinks that the ending of the series is so anticlimactic to kind of reflect that. Yeah, sure, we know what Daniel's final words were. We as the outside world now know this family's personal drama. But what did Paul gain out of it? He moved on. He's already moved on from his past. He's just having to re-see it and relive it. And look, I've shit on the whole multi-timeline theory this whole video. But I'll give credit where it's due. There are some moments where I do think that makes a bit more sense. There are some moments and some reasons I can get why people think that the series is about merging timelines. But I don't think that. I think those kind of things can be viewed as symbolism and the paranormal. And for all I know, what I view Petscop as could be wrong. The creator himself stated this story is meant to be so ambiguous so that people can come up with whatever conclusion they want. And what I'm telling you is what I concluded as. You probably have your own interpretation. And honest to God, I'd love to read other people's interpretations in the fucking comments. They'll probably catch details I missed, get info that I got wrong right. But I think Petscop is a work of art. A story so ambiguous that conclusions like mine could make sense. A story that relies on pretty much no jump scares with a few rare exceptions.
Gotcha. Scared you. Scared you.
And just relies on a fucked up story about a fucked up family. And in horror, that is getting rarer and rarer by the day. Everywhere you go in horror is some grand apocalypse story. Evil flesh monsters are mimics taking over the world. And it feels good sometimes to just see a story about a small, little family. Because sometimes the scariest stories are not ones of grand apocalypses, but of what families do behind doors. If you got nothing else out of this video from my rambling, I support trans rights, and if you think that's cringe, go fuck yourself.
And now,
Rearrange the room to suit my view. I will rearrange the stage to suit my view. And I won't continue to break, bend or shape for you no more. I won't continue to break, bend or shape anymore.
bye bye.